Confessions of a Philosopher, Brian Magee. Brian Magee's Confessions of a Philosopher, 1997, introduces philosophy and its history through one person's encounter with them. Autobiography as medium, ideas as message. From childhood bafflement about sleep, agency, time, and perception through Oxford linguistic philosophy, Kant, Popper, Russell, Schopenhauer, television, and the split between analytic and continental traditions, Magee argues for philosophy as wonder before the limits of what can be said. Abstract. Brian Magee's Confessions of a Philosopher, 1997, introduces philosophy and its history through one person's encounter with them. Autobiography as medium, ideas as message. From childhood bafflement about falling asleep, willing a finger, time, space, and the chapel insight that awareness is trapped inside the skull, through Oxford's logical positivism and linguistic analysis, trained without ever subscribing. Yale's seminars, Kant's Copernican turn, Popper and Russell in person, political writing and midlife crisis, a philosophical novel, popularization on television, and the discovery of Schopenhauer as Kant's true heir. Magee argues that philosophy's you are. Question remains what, ultimately, is there? In that linguistic fashion abandoned that grave task, while continental alternatives often failed it differently. The book closes left wondering. Neither shallow humanism nor faith, but an unended quest along the coastline of what can be known. Executive summary. The central thesis. Philosophy is the attempt to deepen understanding of the world and of the possibility of knowledge, not talk about talk. Childhood metaphysical problems, perception, time, agency, the gap between appearance and things, are the mainstream of Western philosophy. Oxford linguistic philosophy repudiated that tradition and mistook clever analysis of ordinary language for the subject itself. Kant, and Schopenhauer after him, reopened the only honest path Magee found. Phenomena structured by our cognitive apparatus, noumena forever beyond. Science and common sense stay within experience. Wonder at existence, and the limits of what can be shown but not said remain. Foundational observations. Autobiography as medium. The story of one encounter introduces the reader to philosophy. Ideas are the message. Oxford versus metaphysics. Positivism's verification principle and linguistic analysis both renounce first-order understanding of the world. Popper had demolished positivism before air popularized in English. Kant/Schopenhauer. Synthetic a priori. Phenomena/noumena. Will as inner aspect. Philosophy is presentational as well as discursive. Popper and Russell. Critical rationalism and falsification. Russell disowns linguistic errors and affirms philosophy's traditional task. Popularization, television, men of ideas, the great philosophers, as serious public philosophy against academic isolation. Main split, analytic emptiness versus continental parochialism. Magee's third position is problem-led, tradition-rooted, limit-aware. Left wondering, post-Kant coastline, time, self-determinism, formulated fundamental questions without premature answers. Significance and recommendation. Essential for anyone who found academic philosophy trivializing and still wants the tradition's grave questions. For readers of Kant, Schopenhauer, Popper, and Wittgenstein seeking a lucid personal map. For those who teach or broadcast philosophy to a general public. Read as intellectual autobiography that is also a continuous argument against linguistic captivity and for wonder before the limits of knowledge. Pair with the primary text Magee names as having remade him. Hume's treatise, Kant's first critique, Schopenhauer's world as will and representation, Popper's open society and logic of scientific discovery. Scenes from childhood. Until I was 5, I shared a bed with my sister, and after the light went out, we would chatter until sleep took us. Yet I could never remember falling asleep. One moment, Monday night, talk in the dark. The next Tuesday, daylight. How could something I did every night never be an experience? My sister's nobody remembers it left me unsatisfied. How does she know? I try to catch myself going under the way one watches for a refrigerator light to go out. Useless. Years later, the same bafflement would meet Wittgenstein's remark that death is not an experience, because by definition we are not conscious through it. The childhood puzzle was already philosophy without the name. At 7 or 8, in a shaft of sunlight by the kitchen back door, I pointed my finger and counted. On 3 it bent, on 4, on 5. However, I dragged the count. How'd I do it? Willing was wholly mine, yet between decision and movement there was nothing I could catch, an emptiness. Later, with the concept of willed activity, I hunted the link from brain to finger and always failed. Why no time lag if the decision caused the crook? From that day, the problem of agency fascinated me. Command without experience of how command works. Between 9 and 12, I lay awake, enslaved by time. Before every day a day before, forever back, yet forever, I could not hold. So there must have been a beginning, yet before a beginning, nothing. And from nothing how could anything start? Both alternatives seemed impossible. Adults either shrugged or pooh-poohed. None took the question as interesting. The more I asked, the more isolated the puzzle became. Space joined time. The universe must go on forever or stop somewhere. Neither thinkable. Motion of a ball through successive places seemed to require occupying infinitely many positions. Zeno's arrow, before I knew the name. These were not idle games. They were daily companions, especially in the dark. Then came the chapel insight that rearranged everything. Mid him, eyes closed, the visual scene of hundreds of boys, paintings, windows vanished. Opened, it returned. Their existence was out there, independent of me. All awareness of them was inside my head and could pop in or out irrespective of them. The natural words were, when I close my eyes, they disappear. The nausea, claustrophobia, and isolation were nightmarish. Cut off from everything except myself, trapped inside the skull. I lurched out of chapel green-faced. Illness excused me from explaining. From then on, demons wrestled daily. Chapel induced panic. Lavatories as refuge. Punishment preferred to explanation. The school doctor would think me mad. Once leaving a cinema, the second barrel fired. Everything I could ever be aware of, people, newspapers, history, art, cosmos, existed for me only as content of consciousness. Not solipsism, things exist only in my mind, but the opposite, everything exists outside, and I am cut off forever, unrescuably alone. Nothing I do can make me experience anything but the deliverances of my own consciousness. The alternative is oblivion. I felt about to explode like a grenade shattering its casing. The picture that followed. Everything exists independently in space and time. I know other objects only if they impinge on senses and become sensory images in the head. I infer back to objects of which the representation is my only conception. No direct, unmediated contact, an uncrossable frontier. Next, at about 13 in my parents' living room. Objects cannot be like my perceptions of them. Color, for instance, is not out there as I see it. The gap between appearance and whatever things are in themselves opened and never closed. Common sense was not a resting place, but a starting point that led almost immediately into incomprehensibility and self-contradiction. Growing up, I met 3 sorts of people. Some simply never raised such questions. Some raised them only to shut them with religion or ready answers. A third group believed in the power of reason as ideology. Uncritical, dismissive of any limit of reason, equating any talk of hidden reality with superstition. What cut me off most deeply was their lack of amazement that anything exists at all. To them, common sense must be by and large right. To me, acceptance of the common sense view was ridiculous. Their outlook survived only so long as they did not reflect on its foundations. Wonder and engrossment in insoluble problems of time, space, perception, and the intrinsic nature of objects cut me off a little from others. Not solitary socially, friends, love affairs after 17, parties, music, theater, but metaphysically self-censored. Until university, I never associated these questions with the word philosophy. The incredulity of discovering that they were philosophy, addressed by geniuses for 3,000 years, remains unforgettable. Every childhood puzzle had a place in the tradition. Some even had names. The autobiographical element of this book is medium, not message. The story of one person's encounter introducing the reader to philosophy and its history through ideas. Falling asleep/death. Experiences we expect but cannot have while conscious. Childhood bafflement anticipating Wittgenstein. Agency gap. Willing without catchable link from decision to movement. No experience time lag. Time and space antinomies. Beginning versus endless regress. Both unthinkable. Kantian problems before Kant. Chapel insight. Existence out there versus awareness in here. Not solipsism, but permanent mediation by consciousness. Appearance/thing in itself. Perceptions cannot be like objects. Common sense is unstable starting point. Quote, until I was 5, I shared a bed with my sister, 3.5 years older than me. After our parents had switched out the light, we would chatter away in the darkness until we fell asleep. But I could never afterwards remember falling asleep. That going to sleep was something I did every night, yet never experienced, was for years a source of active mystification to me. Quote, with a horrible churning over of my stomach, I realized that the natural way of putting this into words was to say, when I close my eyes, they disappear. Even now, after all these years, what I cannot put into words is how indescribably appalling I found that moment of insight, how nightmarish. I was inundated by crashing great tidal waves of nausea, claustrophobia, and isolation, as if I were forever cut off from everything that existed, apart from myself, and as if I were trapped for life inside my own head. Quote, until I went to university, it never entered my head to associate any of these questions with the word philosophy. I shall never forget the sheer incredulity with which I discovered that this is what they were, and that they had been addressed by some of the greatest geniuses among mankind over a period of 3,000 years. My introduction to academic philosophy. The fact that my metaphysical problems were in the mainstream tradition of Western philosophy, whereas Oxford philosophy had repudiated that tradition, had the unlucky consequence that it was some time after I arrived that I realized my problems were philosophical, so I did not opt to study philosophy for my first degree. Had I known, I would have plunged in from the beginning. As it took 3 or 4 years to discover where my true academic interests lay. At school, the most gifted master was David Roberts, teacher of the history specialists, almost a genius for teaching, surpassed by only one person since. I became a history specialist for him, not for the subject. I left with a scholarship in history to Oxford, but no desire for 3 more years of it. Between school and university came compulsory military service. On leave from Austria, I asked the head of my college if I could study music, my ruling passion, then as always. He prevaricated. When I arrived, the college refused to change because the open scholarship was endowed under someone's will for history and would be taken away if I switched. So I spent my first 3 years studying history against my declared wishes, something that could not quite rightly happen nowadays. It was while studying history that I made my first acquaintance with academic philosophy, chiefly through friendships with undergraduates reading it. Revelation. One of their problems was our perception of material objects, and there had been philosophers thousands of years ago whose works of genius my friends were studying, discussing with tutors, arguing over, writing essays on. I was deeply envious. Locke, Berkeley, Hume. At school, I had known Hume for his history of Great Britain and the ritual brandishing of a prodigious poker during readings of Edward II Death. I had had no idea he wrote about perception of material objects. Political philosophy was part of the history course. Aristotle's Politics, Hobbes's Leviathan, Locke's Second Treatise, and Letter Concerning Toleration. I dipped randomly into Plato's Republic and Symposium, Aristotle's Ethics and Poetics, Marx's Capital, Nietzsche's Zarathustra, Ayre's Language, Truth and Logic, Russell's History of Western Philosophy. For my special subject, I chose the Italian Renaissance. History of arts and ideas soon took over my historical interests, but figured little in the syllabus. Tutors declined to budge from politics and administration. Eurocentric to a degree, now unbelievable. I rode with the man who taught 17th century English history for never mentioning Newton while we discussed Stuart Queen's and Archbishop Laud at length. He said if that was what I wanted, I could read it in my spare time. I despaired of my tutors and sought out philosophy students. Soon they sought me out. This was the heyday of ordinary language philosophy, and they wanted to know how a non-philosopher would respond to this or that question or expression. I became more involved in philosophy than in history. My history degree came second class, good enough for a higher degree, but what I wanted was disciplined teaching in philosophy, so I read for another undergraduate degree instead. Oxford wisely does not allow philosophy in isolation. I combined it with politics and economics in PP. Having already taken one degree, I was allowed 1 year for a 3-year course. Vivid interest stimulated me academically, and despite being president of the Oxford Union that year, I did better in PP than in history. That is how philosophy became, academically, my subject. The most valuable training was not to come at Oxford, but at Yale, on a postgraduate fellowship 2 years after the second Oxford degree. When I went up, I had a very low opinion of academic pursuits. Supreme love was music, records, radio, then concert, and opera going in London from before my teens, then theater, then living poets, Eliot, Auden, Dylan Thomas, then novels, alongside impassioned schoolboy socialism. Certain books changed me, absorbed so that they entered the way I see things. I would not feel myself the person I am without them. Few books of which any of us can say that. Half are from the German-speaking world. Something about the nature of my inner life, as with most of the composers who similarly remade me. Hume's treatise, Kant's first critique, Schopenhauer's world as will and representation, the Upanishads, Popper's open society, Einstein's general relativity. Marx's Capital, mostly a history of the Industrial Revolution in England, argued to make a case, did not make me a Marxist. I saw at once that the labor theory of value was a metaphysical concept without real content, and rejected scientific predictability of historical change. Yet influence remained valuable. Insights of permanent worth. Magnificent writer, Jehovah-like in wrath. Floods of light on economic and class factors scarcely accorded significance as agents of change before him. Aesthetic creation and interpretation no longer thought altogether extraneous to them. Lifelong possessions reread at Oxford. Machiavelli's Prince, home truths of realpolitik and situational logic. Eliminate the kingmaker who will grow disaffected. Jesus is wise as serpents for people of integrity. Burckhardt civilization of the Renaissance in Italy. Mills on liberty, flawed, but its central thesis that individuals should be free to live as they wish to the maximum compatible with not significantly injuring others has been my basic political belief all my life. Changes of opinion have been about means, from liberal socialist, large-scale government provision when most were poor, badly housed, ill-educated, to liberal non-socialist as prosperity rose and disillusionment with many state interventions grew. Same end, personal freedom. Aristotle's Politics and Tocqueville's Ancien Regime for prelims. Ancient philosophy as revelation. Someone hundreds of years BC speaking with largeness of outlook higher than people around me. Gateway to the Greeks in the sense that my deepest roots are in a culture they inaugurated, returning to their level only with the German-speaking civilization from late 18th to early 20th century. Mozart, Kant, Beethoven, Goethe, Schopenhauer, Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, Einstein. Tocqueville's insight retained for life. Revolution comes not when conditions are worst, but when they have started to improve after long deprivation. So Oxford gave me the name of my questions and a first map of the tradition, while leaving me still at odds with the linguistic philosophy that dominated the place. Oxford versus metaphysics. Childhood problems were mainstream Western philosophy. Oxford had repudiated that tradition, delayed recognition. Ordinary language heyday. Philosophy students used the non-philosopher as informant. PP as disciplined entry. Books that remade the self. Hume, Kant, Schopenhauer, Upanishads, Popper, Einstein. Marx without Marxism. Mill on liberty as lifelong political end. Greek/German roots. Aristotle as gateway. German-speaking high culture as return to Greek level. Quote, the fact that my metaphysical problems were in the mainstream tradition of Western philosophy, whereas Oxford philosophy had repudiated that tradition, had for me the unlucky consequence that it was some time after I arrived in Oxford that I realized that my problems were philosophical, so I did not opt to study philosophy for my first degree. Quote, these are the writings that have changed me. That is to say, I have absorbed them to such a degree that they have entered into the way I see things, so that I would not now feel myself to be the person I am if I had not read them. I take it there are few books of which any of us can say that. Quote, John Stuart Mill's On Liberty is a flawed book, but its central thesis, that individuals should be free to live as they wish, to the maximum extent that is compatible with their not significantly injuring others, has been my basic political belief all my life. The changes of political opinion I have gone through have been changes in belief about how we can come closest to that aim. Logical positivism and its refutation. The golden age of what came to be known internationally as Oxford philosophy was roughly the decade and a half between the end of the Second World War in 1945 and the death of J.L. Austin in 1960. I was pitched into it at its height, student years 1949 to 53, then postgraduate 1954 to 5. I have to say at the outset that I was trained in Oxford philosophy without ever subscribing to it. I seem to have learned to do it as well as some of its practitioners, but I never believed in its validity as a conception of philosophy, though I always perceived that as intellectual training it had considerable merits. It taught students to be hyper-careful about what they said, and to make sure they understood it as well as meant it, to treat subtle differences of meaning as if they mattered, and to try to achieve these things with clarity and humor. Face-to-face argument trained mental agility and public debate, with the disadvantage of being unaccommodating to people who are deep-thinking but slow-moving. In live argument, the cleverest people quite often lost out, while the superficially clever shone. Whenever someone says anything philosophically interesting to me, my natural reaction is to want to go away and think about it, not to give an impromptu response and continue from there. Discussion that moves from one instant response to the next trains quickness and cleverness while precluding depth. For all the usefulness of Oxford philosophy as a tool for sharpening the wits, I could never understand how anyone could take seriously the view that the subject matter of philosophy was linguistic, and this was something all the various forms of Oxford philosophy had in common. Oxford philosophy was an umbrella covering more than one approach. From the turn of the century until the Second World War, the chief center in Britain had been Cambridge, Whitehead, Russell, More, Wittgenstein. After the war, the center shifted to Oxford. In the first phase of Oxford hegemony, the dominant influence was logical positivism, and the most influential book Ayre's Language, Truth and Logic, 1936, whose full impact had been delayed by the war. Logical positivism had originated not in Oxford, but in Vienna between the wars. Ayre, a very junior research fellow, only 23 when he wrote his most famous book, did nothing to originate it but only introduced it to the English-speaking world. It became all the rage in Oxford first. That university remained Britain's center of it. Influence reached greatest height immediately after the war and brought Oxford to the forefront in philosophy, by no means confined to philosophy departments. The central concern of the logical positivists was a criterion of demarcation between sense and nonsense. The Vienna Circle, native German speakers oriented toward German intellectual traditions, were convinced that most metaphysicians best known in that world, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and their epigones, were talking high-flown nonsense. British logical positivists harbored the same conviction toward British neo-Hegelians, such as Bradley and McTaggart. In ordinary life, one knows it is possible to utter words and say nothing. Pulpits, mass media, quality press. Given that empty utterance is compatible with high intelligence and good intentions, how are we to distinguish statements that really say something, true or false, is a separate question, from statements that say nothing and therefore can be neither true nor false because they mean nothing? Their answer: meaningful statements fall into one of two categories. Analytic statements are true or false by virtue of the terms used. The man next door is a bachelor with a wife is false without investigation. All definitions, logic, mathematics, and conventional rules, games, heraldry, are of this kind. Synthetic statements' truth or falsity cannot be established by analysis, but only by checking facts. 14 redheads in my village requires looking. Negation of a true analytic statement is self-contradiction. Negation of a true synthetic statement is not. Alternatives are possible. Only checking tells which is actual. The Vienna Circle had nearly all been trained as scientists or mathematicians, not philosophers, and may not have known that the analytic/synthetic distinction went back to Leibniz and, independently, Hume, who had applied it with the same radicalism. Any indicative statement, they said, must be analytic or synthetic. If analytic, establish truth by analysis. If synthetic, there must in principle be something observable that would tell us whether it is true or false. If no conceivable experience would verify or falsify, the statement is unconnected with how things are in the world of possible experience, the only world we can know, and tells us nothing, neither true nor false, meaningless, however well formed grammatically. Thus, the verification principle. Only assertions in principle verifiable by observation or experience could convey factual information. Like Marxism, it was clear-cut, easy to grasp, provided all the answers, and constituted a ready-to-hand instrument of intellectual terrorism. Freshmen in 1949 met many who ran one through with, "How would you go about verifying that?" Or, "What kind of answer do you want?" Clever young people were exhilarated by mastery. It cleared woolly thinking and gave new alertness to logical status. But the more critically examined, the more trouble. The verification principle was neither analytic nor empirically verifiable, and therefore, by its own criterion, meaningless. Philosophical statements generally tended to be of this kind, so the principle outlawed more or less the whole of philosophy apart from logic. Once people ceased to be cowed, they stopped agreeing that value judgments were empty of cognitive significance, or that statements about the past were really about presently available evidence. The glittering scalpel was killing the patient, destroying too much. For a period, several of the cleverest philosophers became reluctant to say anything at all, because almost nothing worth saying was, unless factually provable, permissible. Logical positivists conceded other forms of discourse besides science, but tended to evaluate them by scientific standards. The most influential rebellion in Oxford rejected the view that all meaningful utterance about the world ought to approximate to scientific utterance. There were many different useful ways of talking, each with a raison d'etre. Distinguishing meaningful from meaningless required careful analyses of how concepts functioned in different areas. Conceptual confusion soluble by conceptual analysis. That became the basic approach of linguistic analysis, which usurped logical positivism's throne while I was there. I lived through the changeover. Ryle's The Concept of Mind, most influential work of linguistic analysis by an Oxford philosopher, appeared the month I arrived, October 1949. Within 2 or 3 years, it had pretty well driven logical positivism from the field. Hardened positivist mindsets remained, as ex-communists remain, marked by communism. An examination question near the end of my undergraduate period, does anything survive of the influence of logical positivism, made its point forcefully. Almost comically typical of Britain's, and especially Oxford's, parochialism is that a completely effective demolition of logical positivism had already been published before Ayer introduced it to the English-speaking world. In 1934 in Vienna appeared Popper's Logik der Forschung, not translated as the logic of scientific discovery until 1959. Among many criticisms, the central and most devastating. Logical positivism claimed to be first and foremost the scientific view of the world, yet its verification principle wiped out the whole of science. Few today would deny Popper pretty well clinched it. Total shipwreck for positivism. From Newton, the central task of science had been search for natural laws. Unrestrictedly general statements, known to be invariantly true, inverse square law, Boyle's law, equals mc squared. Believed arrived at by observation, crucial experiment, invariably accurate results. Hypothesis formed, experiment confirms or refutes, law discovered. Such laws are never analytic. They give empirical information. What Popper demonstrated, as Hume had 2.5 centuries before with lucidity so bombshell-like that only Kant, Schopenhauer, and Einstein among subsequent thinkers fully took it on board, is that scientific laws are not empirically verifiable. From no finite number of observations, however large, can any unrestrictedly general conclusion be drawn that would be defensible in logic. The conclusion is psychological, not logical. Science proceeds not by verification, but by conjectures open to falsification. And that insight, waiting unread in German while Oxford terrorized itself with air, would later become central to my own philosophical life. Oxford philosophy. Linguistic subject matter common to its forms. Excellent training in care and clarity. Precludes depth via instant debate. Verification principle. Analytic versus synthetic. Meaningful equals verifiable in principle. Self-refuting and science-destroying. Popper's demolition. Laws unverifiable. Hume. Science is conjectures open to falsification. Shipwreck for positivism before Ayer's English introduction. Changeover. Ryle and linguistic analysis usurp positivism, while Magee is undergraduate. Quote, I have to say at the outset that I was trained in Oxford philosophy without ever subscribing to it. For all the usefulness of Oxford philosophy as a tool for sharpening the wits, I could never understand how anyone could take seriously the view that the subject matter of philosophy was linguistic, and this was something that all the various forms of Oxford philosophy had in common. Quote, the verification principle was neither analytic nor empirically verifiable, and therefore, according to its own criterion, it was meaningless. People began to realize that this glittering new scalpel was, in one operation after another, killing the patient. In every case, it destroyed too much. Quote, what was almost comically typical of Britain's, and especially Oxford's, parochialism is that a completely effective demolition of logical positivism had already been published before Ayer introduced it into the English-speaking world in the first place. Its central tenet, the verification principle, wiped out the whole of science. Linguistic analysis. Logical positivism fell to its own internal contradictions, or so a Marxist would put it, and was gradually superseded by what came to be called linguistic analysis or linguistic philosophy, the two terms interchangeable. Many individual philosophers passed from the first to the second by a seemingly natural progression. They adopted logical positivism, found its problems insoluble, and shifted to a more linguistic analytic approach. At the time, they were acutely conscious of the differences between the two. What strikes me now are the similarities. First and foremost, both renounced philosophy's traditional task of understanding the world. Both took it for granted that philosophy's main job was analyzing verbalized concepts and other linguistic formulations. Logical positivism had a rationale. Philosophy could make no direct contribution to our understanding of the world because the sciences had taken over that first-order task. Linguistic analysts rejected the view that our knowledge of the world was exclusively the province of science. Yet they retained the conception of philosophy, for which that view had been the justification. They rejected the reason for regarding philosophy as talk about talk, but continued to practice it as if it were. Their chief assumption lacked any adequate foundation. Where science left gaps in our first-order conception of the world, the appeal was to common sense and its concomitant use of language. Peter Strawson gave lapidary expression to the resultant view. Ordinary people employing the ordinary conceptual resources of mankind have at their disposal not a crude instrument, but an enormously sophisticated one for thinking. And it is an immensely interesting task to trace the connections between the concepts people handle in ordinary life, perception, action, personal identity, ethics, and to say how they are related to one another. This view seems to me immediately open to three devastating objections. First, it assumes that our normal use of concepts stands in need of a theory. But does it? If someone said we ought to acquire as full a theoretical understanding as possible of violin playing, everyone would see the confusion at once. Violin playing is of its nature something that could not possibly be the instantiation of a theory. No theory could do it justice. Even if such a thing were possible, a theory of violin playing would be more encumbrance than help to violinists and would do nothing for listeners' appreciation. The same goes for marriage, parenthood, love, friendship, eating, drinking, sleeping. Whoever seeks a theoretical understanding of sexual love. In most cases, there is no purpose such a theory could serve, and worse, it would get in the way. There is something wrong with the whole conception of life, of anyone who thinks we need theories of such things. One of the most tragic examples of inauthenticity is of individuals who try to live in accordance with theories. Strawson's program calls 1. For something impossible, and 2. For something that would be worse than useless if we had it. A third criticism is that it is unconnected with the growth of first-order knowledge without supplying any good reason for this limitation. It takes for granted the conceptual scheme of ordinary common sense and sees the main task of philosophy as investigating its structure. But common sense is a wholly inadequate instrument for understanding the world. It stands baffled before the most rudimentary questions concerning experience. Are we therefore not to ask those questions? Philosophers of a Strawsonian persuasion say, we do not know how to answer them, and should therefore not ask them. Let us stay within the limits of the outlook we already have. This would be sustainable if the structure in question were determined by our biology and could not be changed, but it cannot seriously be argued that this is the case. Of the very example Strawson gives, perception, action, personal identity, ethics, at least the last three, are to some extent culture-dependent, and I would argue that all of them, even perception, can be shown to differ in radically different cultures. Strawson has pursued his investigations with outstanding brilliance, but still not in a way that meets these objections. Ryle, Wittgenstein, and Austin. The most influential work of linguistic analysis published by an Oxford philosopher was Gilbert Ryle's The Concept of Mind, written undisguisedly under the influence of the later philosophy of Wittgenstein, with whom Ryle had been on terms of friendship. They had even been on walking holidays together. Wittgenstein was still alive when Ryle's book appeared. He was to die 18 months later, in April 1951. He was on record as saying that Ryle was one of only two people who really understood his philosophy. During his lifetime, Wittgenstein published only one book and one article, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus in 1921, but at the very time philosophers in many countries were discovering it and becoming disciples, he himself was rejecting it and developing a new approach at odds with it. He did not, during his lifetime, publish any of his later philosophy. Rumors circulated underground. The only people who knew what it consisted and had direct access to him or his circle or to privately distributed manuscripts. Thus, the first book-length piece of philosophizing in the manner of the later Wittgenstein that was published and commanded attention was not by Wittgenstein himself, but by Ryle, a fact said to have caused Wittgenstein a great deal of chagrin. What is standardly referred to as the later philosophy of Wittgenstein did not present itself to the public until the posthumous publication of Philosophical Investigations in 1953. In Oxbridge, it was to an important degree under the influence of these two books that the hegemony of logical positivism succumbed during the 1950s to that of linguistic analysis. Though at the grassroots level in Oxford itself, it was J.L. Austin who was the dominating figure, with Ryle resentfully playing second fiddle, while in Cambridge Wittgenstein ruled from beyond the grave. Austin, like Wittgenstein, exerted influence more through teaching and discussion than publication, which kept that influence fairly tightly centered on Oxford. One fundamental belief of the linguistic analysts was that there can justifiably be no such thing as a philosophical system. Austin was always insistent that in any philosophical inquiry we must start not from theoretical considerations, but from reality, from what actually happens, which includes what people do in fact say. It is pointless to rack our brains about what such and such an assertion could possibly mean when there are no imaginable circumstances in which anyone would utter it. When confronted with any expression or proposition, he would ask, In what circumstances would anyone actually say this? And in pinning down its possible use, he thought, be pinning down its meaning. Austin was acutely conscious that talking and thinking are things that we do, forms of human behavior, in some ways the most important, the ones that differentiate us most from the rest of the animal kingdom. Every time we say something, we are doing something, and our everyday vocabulary contains an enormous number of words that name these different actions: telling, asking, repeating, implying, explaining, insisting, describing, narrating, warning, scolding, ordering, recommending, protesting, denying, and so on. Austin claimed there were over 1,000 verbally distinguishable such acts that we perform when we speak, and that is to make no reference to the further nuance made available within each act by context, choice of words, tone of voice, body language. This notion of speech as behavior and the term speech act were given common currency in philosophy by Austin. One category that caught people's imaginations especially was performative utterances: I thank you, I promise, I apologize, congratulations, or in a marriage ceremony, simply I will. When someone utters a statement of this kind, he is not describing something he is doing it. Most such utterances are complete, meaningful, and useful statements in the indicative, yet they do not come under the analytic synthetic distinction, nor would it appear meaningful to ask whether they are true or false. From considerations such as these, Austin developed his broad criticism of the logical positivists. There is not one premier use of non-analytic utterances, namely the making of statements about the world, that must be either true or false. There are literally hundreds of different sorts of legitimate uses of indicative statements. Philosophical puzzles and confusions characteristically arise, Austin thought, because we tend to use the refined instrument that is our natural language in crude, problem-creating ways. The logical positivists, with scientific discourse as their touchstone of meaningful utterance, tended to regard statements in ethics or aesthetics as if they were scientific statements for which we have inadequate evidence, when in fact they are quite different sorts of statements, to be understood differently. Austin came to see the main task of philosophy as being to unpick such conceptual tangles by painstakingly careful linguistic analysis, and as a result not so much to solve the philosophical problem in question as to dissolve it, to show that it did not properly arise. The word piecemeal was often used by Austin and his followers as a term of recommendation. The Ghost in the Machine and Talk About Talk. It was in this context that Ryle's The Concept of Mind made such a great reputation. Brilliantly written, the whole book was devoted to our alleged misuse of a single concept. What Ryle was attacking was Cartesian dualism, the view, firmly established since Descartes, of human beings as consisting of two different sorts of entity mysteriously conjoined, a body and a mind. We have tended to think of the mind as something that can have its own experiences independently of the body, even as an immaterial entity that inhabited the body and operated it from inside, like someone driving a car. Ryle's famous expression for this was the ghost in the machine. I once challenged Ryle with the fact that man has nearly always regarded himself as consisting of a body plus some non-bodily component, spirit, soul, or mind, with some degree of separate existence. His reply was, no one could think Descartes invented this mistake. The point was he put nice firm edges and labels onto it. Ryle's central thesis is that dualism is an error because there is no such entity as a mind. What we humans do is categorize certain aspects of our own behavior and experience as mental and then attribute them to a different subject, and then reify that subject as a mind. We have made what he calls a category mistake. We treat the concept of mind as if it designated one sort of thing when in fact it designates a quite different sort of thing. Ryle's book is a paradigm example of how a linguistic analyst goes about clearing up such a problem. Common to all the different approaches bracketed as Oxford philosophy was a central concern with language. Philosophers of all those sorts seem to take it for granted that we think in words. So it seemed self-evident that the most solidly based way of addressing a philosophical problem was first to get it clearly formulated in language, and then to set about analyzing the formulation. The result was that what they were addressing was never direct experience, but always a linguistic formulation. What for me had been existential problems thrust into my face by my perception of physical objects, problems sometimes so terrifying that I felt as if they were imperiling my sanity, were translated by Oxford philosophers into puzzles about the nature of observation statements, and then dealt with in that form. What exactly do you mean by? Became the commonest opening to a challenging question. I don't understand what you mean became accepted shorthand for what you've just said can't be made to stand up. The classic assertion of an exclusively linguistic approach had been published as early as 1931 by the young Gilbert Ryle in systematically misleading expressions. There is a sense in which we can properly inquire what it really means to say so, and philosophical analysis is the sole and whole function of philosophy. I believe it was Ryle, too, who coined the famous definition of philosophy as talk about talk. After a generation of this, philosophy came to be widely seen as being about language, its central activity the elucidation of concepts as expressed in words. Oxford philosophers believed sincerely that they were doing definitive work. Truth is a property of statements, and once you get a question formulated clearly in language, you can bring to bear the whole armory of logic. Most believe they were finally disposing of their subject by settling its outstanding problems forever. Strawson observed of his younger self, when one turned to problems in the theory of knowledge, the nature of perception, memory, imagination, free will and determinism, and so on, one had the feeling that the use of this new technique would really dissolve the problems. They'd just vanish away. Bernard Williams said of the same group, when you'd analytically taken the problems apart, you'd find that many of the traditional questions of philosophy had not been solved but had disappeared. There really were people who were saying that the whole of philosophy would be over in 50 years. Smugness, misreadings, and the you are question. When I arrived on this scene, people holding such attitudes seemed to me like non-music lovers who had sneaked into a concert without paying. They failed on 2 counts to meet the entrance requirement. They were studying philosophy in the belief that it was something quite other than what it was, and they had no understanding of the true nature of philosophical problems. Fundamentally because they did not themselves have philosophical problems and never had them, or any idea what it was like to have them. Nevertheless, since what they regarded themselves as doing was nothing less than disposing of the accumulated problems of 2,500 years of Western philosophy, their activity became a magnet for the intellectually ambitious. The subject was pursued by people of unusual gifts, the best of them of very considerable analytic ability and dialectical skill. Many felt they had little or no need for the so-called great philosophers of the past. Some made a public show of their ignorance, as had, egregiously, Wittgenstein, whose example in this was not so much followed as imitated. A notorious arrogance developed. Oxford philosophers tended to assume that if somebody did not share their view of their own activity, this meant merely that he did not understand it. Warnock's 1973 article about Austin's Saturday mornings is revealing. We compared and contrasted such substantives as tool, instrument, implement, utensil, appliance, equipment, apparatus, gear, kit, even device, and gimmick. Austin invited us to classify scissors. Kitchen scissors were utensils, garden shears probably tools, but dressmaking scissors were something of a problem. The undisguised complacency with which they gave anyone who questioned the value of what they were doing to understand, simply, that he was either ignorant or incapable rankled with colleagues in other fields. Quite a few were not just passively smug, but actively aggressive, using their dialectical skills for intellectual terrorism, the triumphant carving up in public of opponents or the uninitiated. The philosophers of that day made themselves hated in parts of their own university. The most remarkable thing about it was how many people of first-class ability had been mistaking an unimportant activity for an important one and had wasted their lives on it. The nearest parallel I can think of is the decadent strain of logic chopping within medieval philosophy known as scholasticism. Between the Middle Ages and the 20th century, I do not think it entered the head of any philosopher whose name has survived to suppose that the subject matter of philosophy was linguistic. Even Bertrand Russell, who unwittingly fathered the approach, disowned it. Up to his mid-40s, he had thought of language as transparent, a medium which could be employed without paying attention to it. When Socrates asked what is justice, what is courage, he did not think he was asking for definitions of the words. He thought he was probing into the true nature of phenomena that existed independently of language. As an Oxford student at the high noon of Oxford philosophy, I was scandalized by the disparity between what my teachers were doing and what the dead philosophers whose names they bandied about had been doing. We would be told that Berkeley had been given to analyzing certain kinds of proposition in a certain way, as against Locke, who had analyzed similar sorts of proposition in a different way. And the pros and cons of the two modes of propositional analysis would be thrashed over. But when I opened the works of Locke and Berkeley themselves, I found myself in a world unrecognizably different. They were trying to understand the nature of reality and the extent to which we human beings can gain knowledge of it. On one side were people passionately involved in trying to deepen their understanding of the world. On the other were people involved with admittedly great passion in discussions about meaning and fine distinctions of linguistic usage. That the two were neither the same nor equivalent seemed to me patent. Russell took the same view. The most serious of my objections is that the new philosophy seems to me to have abandoned, without necessity, that grave and important task which philosophy throughout the ages has hitherto pursued. Philosophers from Thales onwards have tried to understand the world. I cannot feel that the new philosophy is carrying on this tradition. The truth is that the new philosophy had abandoned philosophy. The you-are question of philosophy throughout most of its history has been what, ultimately, is there. This was the dominant question for the pre-Socratics, and it has underlain, when it has not dominated, most of the best philosophies since. In pursuit of an answer, philosophers have asked subsidiary questions. What is the nature of physical objects? What is space? What is causal connection? What is time? And by a natural progression, they have become deeply exercised about the possibility of human knowledge. Before the 20th century, all these had been among the central questions of philosophy. For 2.5 millennia, most philosophers engaged in such quests would have found the view that all philosophical problems were ultimately questions about the use of language ridiculous, if not incomprehensible. Oxford philosophy on the one hand, and philosophy is carried on by Plato and Aristotle, Descartes, Leibniz, Locke, Hume, and Kant on the other, are not only not the same activity, but are not at bottom importantly related. The full import of this came home to me in 1955-6 when I went to Yale and found philosophers immersed in quarrying Einstein's theories for their implications for our understanding of time, space, matter, and knowledge itself, with a living sense of philosophy's continuity with its own past wholly lacking in the Oxford of that time. Positivism/linguistic analysis. Both renounce understanding the world. Analysts reject science's monopoly, but keep talk about talk. Strawson's program. Theory of ordinary concepts impossible, harmful, unconnected to first-order knowledge. Common sense inadequate. Austin and Ryle. Speech acts, performatives, category mistakes. Perception problems reduced to observation statement logic. Intellectual terrorism. Smugness, public demolition, wasted brilliance. Russell and Locke/Berkeley misread as propositional analysts. You-are question, what ultimately is there? Abandoned by Oxford, alive at Yale, and in the tradition from Thales to Kant. Quote, however, although at the time they were acutely conscious of the differences between the two, what are more striking now are the similarities. First and foremost, both of them renounced philosophy's traditional task of understanding the world. Both took it for granted that philosophy's main job was analyzing verbalized concepts and other linguistic formulations. Quote, if someone were to say, violin playing contributes to some of the profoundest experiences of which human beings are capable. Therefore, it is a matter of the greatest importance to us to acquire as full a theoretical understanding as we possibly can of violin playing. Everyone would see the confusion at once. Violin playing is, of its nature, something that could not possibly be the instantiation of a theory. Quote, the you-are question of philosophy throughout most of its history has been what ultimately is there. This was the dominant question for the pre-Socratics, and it has underlain, when it has not dominated, most of the best philosophy since. The inadequacy of linguistic philosophy. During the 1950s and 1960s, Oxford philosophers became used to accusations of trivializing the subject. Their most common reply was exemplified in something A.J. Ayer said to me years later. The distinction between about language and about the world isn't all that sharp, because the world is the world as we describe it, the world as it figures in our system of concepts. In exploring our system of concepts, you are, at the same time, exploring the world. Suppose one is interested in causality. One thing causes another. You can put this by saying, what is causality? Or by saying, how do we analyze causal statements? What do we mean by saying that one thing causes another? And although you now look as if you are posing a purely linguistic question, you are in fact posing exactly the same question, only in a clearer form. When I went on to say that this boils down to saying that an investigation of our use of language is an investigation of the structure of the world as experienced by human beings, his reply was simply yes. I would flatly deny that this is the case. If two people have an argument about causality, they are disputing about what does or does not occur in the world. Whereas if they have an argument about the analysis of a causal statement, they're disputing about how a proposition in a humanly constructed language is to be understood. Arguing about the world and arguing about what people say about the world are arguments at two different logical levels. In Popperian terminology, an argument about causality is an argument about world 1, whereas an argument about a causal statement is an argument about world 3. The classic statement of the view that the structure of language corresponds to that of the world is contained in Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. But Wittgenstein himself came to regard the view as mistaken and repudiated it. The generation that followed, the linguistic analysts formed under the later Wittgenstein and Austin, met my challenge with a more radical view. That language was constitutive of experience. John Searle put it trenchantly. What counts as reality, what counts as a glass of water or a book or a table, is a matter of the categories that we impose on the world, and those categories are for the most part linguistic. When we experience the world, we experience it through linguistic categories that help to shape the experiences themselves. The world doesn't come to us already sliced up into objects and experiences. What counts as an object is already a function of our system of representation. Our concept of reality is a matter of our linguistic categories. Direct experience against linguistic constitutivism. I would go along with Searle that what counts as an object is a function of our system of representation and that how we perceive the world is influenced by that system. But I would interpret this in a Kantian sense. What I do not accept is that the categories of our system of representation are in any fundamental or primal sense linguistic. For I find, and I do not believe I am differently constructed from others, that this is directly contradicted by my immediate experience. If I look up from the writing of this sentence, my view immediately takes in half a room containing scores, if not hundreds of multicolored items and shapes in higgledy-piggledy relationships. I see it all clearly and distinctly, instantly and effortlessly. There is no conceivable form of words into which this simple, unitary act of vision can be put. For most of my waking day, my conscious awareness is a predominantly visual experience. As Fichte puts it, I am a living seeing, but there are no words to describe the irregular shapes of most of the objects I see, nor the multiple coexisting three-dimensional spatial relationships, nor the infinitely different shadings of color, nor the multifarious densities of light and shadow. Even something as simple and everyday as the sight of a towel dropped onto the bathroom floor is inaccessible to language from many points of view at once. No words for the shape it has fallen into, the degrees of shading in its colors, the differentials of shadow in its folds, its spatial relationships to all the other objects in the bathroom. I see all these things at once with great precision and definiteness, and yet I would be totally unable to put that experience into words. It is emphatically not the case that the world is the world as we describe it, or that I experience it through linguistic categories that shape the experiences themselves. Corresponding things are true of our direct experience through all five senses. Eating is part of our most elemental contact with the world of matter. I distinguish instantly and effortlessly between the taste of meat, potatoes, each vegetable, ice cream, wine, and between different kinds of meat, different kinds of potatoes, and so on through each possible example. Can there be anyone who seriously maintains that the categories in which these experiences come to me are linguistic? Is there even anyone who can put these experiences into words after he's had them? Who could describe the taste of boiled potato, of lamb, of parsnip, in such a way that anyone who had not tasted those things would know from the descriptions what each tasted like? The plain fact is that none of our direct experience can be adequately put into words, not only of the external world, but of the complex flow going on inside me all the time. Awareness, mood, response, feeling, perceptions of connections, flickering thoughts, and half-memories darting in and out of interweaving strands. I might be able to imagine this translated into orchestral music, but certainly not into words. Who could describe an orgasm, or our response to a great work of art, or the special quality of terror in a nightmare? Try telling someone a piece of music. One of the most self-evidently false famous remarks in the recent history of philosophy, and one usually quoted with approval, is F.M. Ramsey's, "What we can't say, and we can't whistle it either." Everything that can be whistled is something that can be whistled, but cannot be said. The assumption that everything of significance that can be experienced, or known, or communicated is capable of being uttered in words would be too preposterous to merit a moment's entertainment were it not for the fact that it has underlain so much philosophy in the 20th century, and so much literary theory too. What I am saying has radical implications for any philosophy that holds that empirical knowledge must derive from experience. The direct experience, which is never adequately communicable in words, is the only knowledge we ever fully have. Our one true, unadulterated, direct, and immediate form of knowledge of the world. The very putting of it into words translates it into something of the second order, derived, watered down, abstracted, generalized, publicly shareable. People who live most of their lives in terms expressible in language, at the level of concepts, or in a world of ideas, are living a life in which everything is simplified and purged of what makes it lived and unique. Although the unique character of lived experience cannot be communicated by concepts, it can be communicated by works of art, which is why it is impossible to say what it is that a work of art means or expresses, even when that work is itself made up of words. Thinking without words. The most important to us of our dispositions cannot be put into words either. Being in love, our feeling for our friends, what music means to us, our relationship with our children, our passion for philosophy. At every level, none or almost none of the things that matter most to us can be adequately expressed in language. I can only affirm that life and the world, as I experience them, are completely at odds with what language-oriented philosophers and literary critics customarily say or seem to assume. Yet I am thinking all the time, observing, perceiving, forming expectations, making choices, feeling uncertainties, but for the most part without the use of language. Chomsky once said, "I'm sure that everyone who introspects will know at once that much of his thinking doesn't involve language." I should have supposed this self-evident were it not for the fact that so many language-oriented academics either deny it or proceed as if it were untrue. The everyday phrase, to put something into words, corresponds to my own directly apprehended experience. Normally, I am absorbed in the ever-flowing Mississippi of my life, which always includes a perpetually ongoing flow of thinking without language. I rarely attempt to put this into words unless I need to communicate it to someone else. Then some part of me has to withdraw from immediate experience and scan the public medium of language for ways of saying what I want to say. There is always that step involved. It is always, of necessity, an inadequate rendering, because lived experience is unique, whereas language is general. What is actually lived, felt, thought can never find an equivalent in language. Jacques Monod wrote in Chance and Necessity, I am sure every scientist must have noticed how his mental reflection, at the deeper level, is not verbal. It is an imagined experience, simulated with the aid of forms, of forces, of interactions which together barely compose an image. Numerous observations prove that in man the cognitive functions, even the most complex ones, are not immediately linked with speech. If what Mono states is true, then the position put forward by Searle was refuted scientifically more than a generation ago. We all have the experience of not being able to hit on the precise word we want. We hesitate and stutter. People suggest words from the thesaurus, and we say no to all of them until at last someone comes out with the right one, and we exclaim, "That's it." We knew what we wanted to say as exactly and precisely as language can say it, yet without the word. A dog will by its spontaneous behavior show that it knows someone is due to arrive to take it out for a walk, and will fetch its lead before the door opens. Effortlessly possible without language, at a level at which an enormous amount of human as well as animal behavior goes on. I have stood for election to Parliament several times. One night, towards the end of an exhausting campaign, I was about to step onto a public platform when told that a whole family of my closest helpers had food poisoning. All the campaign tasks for the following day had to be reallocated in my head while I delivered my political speech, restructuring the schedule without the use of words. John Hull, a lecturer who went blind in mid-career, learned to deliver long, organized lectures without notes by scanning ahead in his mind and seeing paragraphs coming up like reading them off a scanner, while another part of his mind sorted out what he would be saying in the next few minutes. While talking to an aunt about her garden, we may be wondering whether to leave her house the next day or the day after, examining train times, all without pausing in our flow of sentences about the garden. Harold Wilson, interviewed on television, seemed to perceive simultaneously all the possible implications of the various answers open to him. He cannot have run through them all in language. Gilbert Ryle said of Bernard Williams, "He understands what you're going to say better than you understand it yourself, and sees all the possible objections and answers before you've got to the end of your own sentence." Mozart said that when he conceived a new composition, the whole thing sometimes came to him simultaneously. Only a small proportion of our thinking or living is done in words. Grates, fashion, and the carpenter's tools. How is it possible for so many undoubtedly clever people to assert and believe the opposite? Taking them to be sincere, they must be unlike most of the rest of us in the nature of their inner life. Anyone who finds plausible the propositions that we think in language, or that the world is amenable to adequate description in language, must either be abnormally language-limited with no inner life that contradicts those propositions, or must never have paid sufficiently close attention to his own direct experience. Gilbert Ryle was a person of life-enhancing intellectual brilliance, but he had no inner life worth speaking of, a standing joke among his friends. I do not think it is a coincidence that whereas most of the great philosophers of the past came to philosophy from mathematics and the sciences, nearly all the Oxford philosophers came from language studies. For many generations, the brightest boys at the best English schools specialized in Latin and Greek. At Oxford, they followed mods and greats, Greek and Roman history with Greek and modern philosophy in one package. Eyre once remarked that it had never entered his head to choose to study philosophy. He would certainly not have done so had it not been presented as par greats. Most of the best-known Oxford philosophers were greats men who became philosophers not because they chose it or had any interest in it, but because the English education system required it. Most of them have never had philosophical problems in the traditional sense, in the sense in which I had them from early childhood. This goes most of the way towards explaining why they turned philosophy into a more sophisticated extension of the study of language. They also left out of account the most successfully descriptive uses of language. About poetry, plays, and novels they had nothing to say. The serious literary artist is a truth seeker exploring our experience of the world. You might have supposed that philosophers centrally concerned with the cognitive functions of language would place great literature in the forefront of their concerns. Quite the reverse. At one time, poetry was used as a pejorative term for language put to emotionally expressive purposes. Most philosophers of this kind have little interest in the arts. There are further damaging consequences. Programmed by school to bask in glory through cleverness, they became slaves to fashion, writing not about problems they had, but about whatever their most admired contemporaries were writing about. Unless at genius level, they could not address big questions in big terms without repeating what had been said before. The logic of their situation drove them to subtlety and refinement, drawing a distinction no one had hitherto perceived. Many won personal reputation by distinctions in the small print of the subject instead of addressing big questions in big terms. Whenever I got into an argument and asserted that philosophers ought to be trying to understand the world, citing the antinomies of time and space, they would respond as the adults had in my childhood. Such questions are unanswerable, and we ought not to waste our time pursuing them. Russell, Whitehead, Wittgenstein, and Popper made a conscious choice of philosophy for mathematics, engineering, or science, like most of the great philosophers of the past. Two critical metaphors have been thrown at linguistic philosophers so often that their victims get exasperated. They're like a carpenter who uses his tools all the time on one another, but never carries out any other tasks with them. Or like a man who sits polishing his glasses, but never puts them on and looks through them at the world. Language is first and foremost a medium for expression, communication, description, argument, the creation of works of art, the formulation of scientific theories. And in philosophy, its chief functions are to embody insights about the ultimate nature of reality and to formulate and criticize answers to characteristically philosophical questions. Schopenhauer took Kant to task justifiably. Philosophy is conducted only in concepts, and its conclusions can be expressed only in concepts. But it is a science in concepts, not a science of concepts. Concepts are its medium, not its subject matter. Its subject matter is reality. Anyone who truly believes that the real task of philosophy is to clarify utterance must believe that non-linguistic reality presents us with no philosophical problems. Precisely what Austin and the later Wittgenstein and their followers did believe. I do not understand how anyone can believe that there are no non-linguistic philosophical problems about time, space, physical objects, causal relationships, or free will. Michael Dement said in the 1990s, "Philosophy attempts not to discover new truths about the world, but to gain a clear view of what we already know and believe about it." The first definition of philosophy in the Oxford Companion to Philosophy, 1995, is thinking about thinking. I regard this attitude as a rejection of philosophy, and I reject it in return. Non-linguistic reality presents us with fundamental problems not to be explained in terms of our use of language. Analysis can clarify what we are already in possession of. Clarification is not part of a solution, but a preliminary to it. The solution needs to be an explanatory theory, a new way of looking at things that casts fresh light while remaining rationally criticizable. Such ideas are essentially creative personal achievements and constitute the main content of worthwhile philosophy. Since the recent professionalization of the subject, the scene has been swamped with people categorized as philosophers who are not capable of producing worthwhile philosophical ideas, and so make doing something else their chief activity, which, because it is what most professional philosophers are doing, comes to be mistaken for the real thing. Searle. Exploring concepts is not equal to exploring World 1. Language does not constitute raw visual and sensory experience. Unverbalizable experience, vision, taste, inner life, art, love. Ramsey's whistle refutes can't say, can't whistle. Nonverbal thought. Mono, Hull, Wilson, Mozart. Great's pipeline from Latin/Greek without philosophical problems. Carpenter/Glasses. Language as medium for reality, not subject matter. Kant/Schopenhauer versus Science of Concepts. Dement/Oxford Companion. Clear view of what we already know. Rejection of philosophy as discovery. Quote, "If I look up from the writing of this sentence, my view immediately takes in half a room containing scores, if not hundreds of multicolored items and shapes in higgledy-piggledy relationships with one another. I see it all clearly and distinctly, instantly and effortlessly. There is no conceivable form of words into which this simple, unitary act of vision can be put. Quote, "What we can't say, and we can't whistle it either." This is typical, it seems to me, of the quite staggering blindness, or perhaps in this case deafness, of several familiar kinds of philosopher. Everything that can be whistled is something that can be whistled, but cannot be said. Quote, "Concepts were its medium, not its subject matter. Its subject matter was reality, and its aim was to deepen our understanding of the nature of reality." The problem of perception. As an undergraduate student of philosophy at Oxford, the only problem of substance I was officially required to tangle with apart from the philosophy of language was that of perception. This is a problem that has always obsessed empiricist philosophers and their legatees. The reason being that on the basis of empiricist assumptions, it is insoluble. The problem can be formulated as follows. If the world consisting of all other material objects apart from my own body exists independently of whether I exist or not, and in dimensions of space and time that are also independent of me, and if my knowledge of that world derives from the fact that those objects impinge on my body's senses in such ways as to cause effects in my brain describable as mental states in which the objects are represented, how can I ever know that the representations correspond to the objects, that my perceptions correspond to reality? The only way one can check the accuracy of a copy is to compare it with the original. But in this case, we have no independent access to the original and therefore cannot make the comparison. We have access to the copy alone. Indeed, it is only from the copy that we infer the existence of the original at all. The question is made sharper by the fact that we know our senses deceive us. If I have a visual image of a door 6 paces in front of me, I infer that there is a door 6 paces in front of me. But at least once I was wrong. I once found a brilliantly executed trompe-l'oeil representation of a door painted on the wall. Every object looks a different shade of color in different lights and a different shape from a different angle. What is the object's real color, its real shape, and how do we know? We know we are sometimes wrong. How can we be sure on each individual occasion that we are not? The question can be radicalized. If all I experience and all I ever can experience are mental states, what warrant do I have for believing that anything exists other than mental states? Indeed, what warrant for believing there are any mental states other than mine? I can never have direct access to anyone else's. These questions have been asked and pursued over hundreds of years. Descartes, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume are among those who have produced works of genius in their attempts to answer them. Hume in particular is deep and detailed in his understanding of how difficult the problems are, and is generally regarded as the greatest philosopher to have written in the English language. Descartes and Cartesian doubt. If the conclusions reached by these men are stated straightforwardly, they have a way of seeming jejune. The enlightenment comes from the detailed working through of their arguments. Descartes believed that from the contents of his own consciousness alone, he could prove that there must be an infinite, omnipotent, and perfect being. The greater could not be conceived by the less. Therefore I, a finite being, would not be able by myself to form the clear concept of an infinite God. The fact that I have this concept means something corresponding to it must exist and must have given me an apprehension of itself. A perfect being would not be a deceiver and would not order matters so that I clearly and distinctly perceive things that are not there. So the world must be as I take it to be when I give the matter my serious attention. Our guarantee is indirect, through the indubitable knowledge that we have of the existence of God, far from the objective being certain and the subjective uncertain. The only existences of which we can be indubitably sure are the immediate deliverances of our own consciousness. This last conclusion is arrived at through Cartesian doubt, a suspension of belief, for purposes of the argument, in any proposition that could conceivably be wrong. Even many good writers have written as if Descartes actually doubted his most basic common-sense beliefs. He did no such thing. We have in mathematics the paradigm of indubitable and useful knowledge. If we could put our non-mathematical knowledge on a similar footing, we could achieve the maximum mastery of reality of which human beings are capable. Mathematics follows with irresistible necessity from a startlingly small handful of premises so elementary and obvious as to be indubitable. Let's look at our empirical beliefs to see if there are any that cannot possibly be doubted. We know the direct evidence of our senses can be doubted. The church spire at sunset looks golden when it is gray. A straight stick looks bent in water. When I dream, I take myself to be in my study, only to wake and discover the entire thing an illusion. On reflection, it appears that any experience can delude me as to its nature. However, there is something impossible for me to doubt, that I am having the conscious experience I am currently having, even though I may be completely wrong as to its provenance. The subjective is indubitable in a way the objective can never be. From the fact that I have the experience of conscious awareness, at all it follows that I must exist as at least the sort of creature that has this sort of experience. From the fact that I, conscious but limited, have the concept of a being that is conscious but unlimited, it follows that such a being must exist and must have given me that concept. There are few philosophers more attractive to read than Descartes. Pellucid prose pervaded by a highly distinctive character. The reader identifies automatically with the inquiry in all its urgency. Is there anything I can be 100% sure of? Once read, his work remains a permanent possession, like great art. Locke, primary and secondary qualities. Locke was as unmistakably English as Descartes was French. In his essay concerning human understanding, he was inclined to give precedence to common sense over deductive logic. His own ultimate conclusions seemed more provisional and fallible. He agreed with Descartes that a man cannot doubt that the deliverances of his consciousness are whatever they are, and that we spontaneously take ourselves to be subjects in a world of objects existing externally in space and time. But he saw it as demonstrable not only that our senses sometimes deceive us, but that they always and systematically deceive us in some highly important respects. Objects cannot be, independently of any perceiving subject, colored or sounding or characterized by smells and tastes. These secondary qualities can exist only when there is an interaction between a perceived object and a perceiving subject. They cannot characterize an object as it is in itself. Primary qualities, location, movement, dimensions, weight, mass, material constitution, are those an object can possess regardless of whether it is perceived. Under these aspects, the physical sciences deal with objects. A skeptic might say to Locke, "You tell us objects have all these qualities, but you also say it is only their qualities we can ever apprehend. The substance in which they inhere is a something I know not what, to which we can never have access. So how can you know it exists?" Locke would reply, "Qualities exist of which we have direct experience, and it is not credible that they are just abstractions floating in mid-air in the invariant combinations in which we experience them. Whenever I do what I call eating an apple, I always have a tight cluster of simultaneous experiences from within the same narrow range of sizes, shapes, colors, tastes, smells, feelings in hand and mouth. Are you going to tell me there are millions of these clusters floating around in accidental yet permanent combination, to which we deludedly give the name apples? There must be some combinative something in which the qualities inhere. But in logic, this is not an answer. On Locke's own showing, the ultimate nature of physical reality is an insoluble mystery. By parity of reasoning, the ultimate nature of experiencing subjects is just as mysterious. We live in a world that consists solely of effects and effects, those we experience directly. But what it is that has the effects, and what it is that is affected, lie permanently outside all possibility of experience. The view is of a reality consisting ultimately of minds and material objects, both unknowable in their inner nature. Only interactions between them can we ever know. It corresponds to what a large number of people in practice believe, full of holes bunged with common sense. It was the first publicly adumbrated worldview that was not religious, and is still widely accepted. Locke can be looked on as the first modern man. As a political philosopher, he laid the intellectual foundations of liberal democracy. Kant and Schopenhauer repeatedly paid tribute to him. More of the philosophy accredited to Kant had already been clearly stated by Locke than is generally ascribed, even by professional philosophers. His writing lacks literary qualities, which has led to his being underrated. He is closer in caliber to Hume than students generally place him. Berkeley and Hume. Berkeley took the skeptic's objection seriously and agreed with it. We have no warrant for postulating two separate worlds, one of experience, the other of objects which resemble our experiences and whose existence can only be indirectly inferred. That whole inferred world of material substance is a superfluous hypothesis. Since all we can ever apprehend is experience, all we can ever have sufficient grounds for asserting the existence of is experience. The man in the street takes a so-called material object to be the sum total of its observable characteristics. See it, touch it, smell it. It would not occur to him to suppose the real glove is an invisible substratum sustaining the characteristics he observes. In doing this, says Berkeley, he would be right. One of the most extraordinary features of Berkeley's philosophy is that it appears at first wholly counter to common sense, and then, on re-examination, in line with it. The crucial question for any idealist is how to explain our shared world. Berkeley answers by an appeal to God. All that exists in the mind of God, who is everywhere all the time. Our experience is God's mode of communication with us. I cannot accept an explanation in any such form, though I acknowledge it as a theory of audacity and beauty. Berkeley's consistent holding to the data of experience as the only possible objects of our knowledge has had a lasting effect. Popper showed that at least 21 theses in Berkeley's philosophy are embedded in what we think of as distinctively modern physics. Hume conflated Berkeley and Locke. He agreed with Berkeley that all we can ever have direct access to is our own experience permanently inside us, and that we cannot demonstrate the validity of inferences from it to a world separate from us in space. But like Locke, he took a different view of common sense from Berkeley. Unless we're making a strained attempt to be philosophers, we cannot prevent ourselves from believing in an external material world, even though it cannot be proved. He denies grounds for confident belief in God. So God cannot be the guarantor, pace Berkeley and Descartes. The arguments of a skeptic are valid, says Hume, but only theoretically. Having conceded their validity, he drives home the point that it is impossible for anyone actually to live as a skeptic. To carry on our lives, we have to make choices based on beliefs about our situation, and every day we have innumerable opportunities of getting ourselves killed. This leads him to advocate mitigated skepticism, eschew dogmatism, be prepared to revise expectations in the light of experience, yet act as boldly as getting the most out of life requires. In practice, this implies massive humane tolerance and a firm rejection of total religions, ideologies, and metaphysical systems. Hume brings forward arguments of great sophistication to show not only that we cannot demonstrate a world external to ourselves, but that we cannot validate causal connection, that there is no such thing as inductive logic, that we cannot be sure of our own existence as continuous selves or of the existence of God. He genuinely succeeds in showing that almost everything we believe is not in fact known and can never be known. Strict proof plays no part in human life outside mathematics. He is not asserting that the common sense world does not exist, but only that its existence cannot be validated by rational demonstration. What Hume advances is a critique of human knowledge, a critique of reason in advance of Kant. He was entirely cheerful about this, an unusually well-disposed and happy person who thought people would be happier if they liberated themselves from ignorance mistaken for knowledge. Hume is a writer whom far more people could read with pleasure and profit than do. Modest yet witty, stylish, deeper than all but a handful of philosophers, yet always clear. What Hume characteristically tells you when you go to him with a problem is, it's worse than you think. Agency, ficta, and the Oxford dead end. One respect in which I do not go along with Hume is his doctrine of the self. When we introspect, all we can ever be aware of are the contents of inner experience. We do not also have cognition of some entity, a self which has these things. But this presupposes that all direct experience consists of perception of an object, which I do not think applies in inner experience. We are not only knowing beings, but willing and acting beings, participants in the world, moving parts of it. Whenever I engage in willed activity, I have a conscious experience of doing something that does not necessarily have an epistemological object. When I agonize over an important decision for days, I am directly aware that I am doing something and am involved, engaged, yet I may have no idea what the decision will be until I arrive at the end of the process. There is direct and immediate awareness of the activity of subject, conscious and direct awareness of the activities of self. Fichte, whose work I was not asked to read at Oxford, built much more on this. He concedes that no amount of epistemological analysis can prove the existence of a world external to ourselves, but he claims it is proved nevertheless by our agency. It would be impossible for us to act if nothing other than ourselves existed, and since we have direct experience of our own agency, we have incontrovertible proof of a world external to ourselves. Echoing Kant's critique of practical reason, he asserts that we know ourselves directly to be moral beings. There could be no morality if we were never able to act otherwise than we do, and no immorality if no obstacles existed to morally right action. Therefore, there must be a field of action containing entities that are not us. From Hume, the compulsory Oxford syllabus passed over Kant and the 19th century altogether and jumped to 20th century British-born philosophers who translated the empiricist's epistemological problems into problems about the logic of statements. As regards substance, they made no significant progress. Russell stated in his History of Western Philosophy that Hume represents, in a certain sense, a dead end. In his direction, it is impossible to go further. To refute him has been, ever since he wrote, a favorite pastime among metaphysicians. For my part, I find none of their refutations convincing. We are still, half a century after Russell wrote that he had no doubt many ancient problems were completely soluble by analytic methods, waiting for signs of any such solution. Most analytic philosophers, after Russell, seemed unperturbed that they had made no substantial advance beyond Hume. Ayer was the exemplar of cheerfulness about this. Logical positivism, he said, was a blending of Hume's extreme empiricism with modern logical techniques. Wittgenstein claimed in the preface to the Tractatus that his book solved all the fundamental problems of philosophy, and then observed how little had been done when that had been done. The linguistic analysts did not even accept that there were such things as philosophical problems, only puzzlements landed by mistaken use of language. Strawson described traditional philosophical theorizing crumbling to the tune of this fairly modest sort of piping. Their method led them to dismiss with instant derision propositions that time was unreal. But are you seriously going to deny that I shaved yesterday after I got out of bed, but before I had my breakfast? If one said one was not denying those propositions, they took themselves to have demolished the notion that time was unreal. What they were doing was being anti-philosophical, taking already familiar common sense as the arbiter of all things, the same common sense which Russell had observed to be the metaphysics of savages, when philosophical problems most characteristically arise when common sense is either questioned or pursued to its logical consequences. The assumption that common sense is basically right pervades the whole of empirical philosophy. It is this enslavement to an unreflecting metaphysics that first led the empiricist tradition into, and then left it in, the Humean cul-de-sac. Common sense cannot be right. The antinomies of time and space alone are enough to demonstrate that. They cannot be dissolved by common sense within a common sense framework. Reality, whatever it is, cannot but be of an order radically different from the scheme of things presented to our minds by common sense. The common sense account seethes with self-contradictions and paradoxes. As I found while growing up, merely being in the world is an experience bristling with philosophically profound and baffling problems. To anyone reflective, it is incomprehensible that anyone who thinks at all could regard the world as intelligible in terms of common sense. Clever shallowness, self-congratulatory, complacent, a combination of intelligent self-assurance with blinkeredness, was a prevailing characteristic of the so-called Oxford philosophers, as Isaiah Berlin later admitted when he wrote that they were excessively self-centered, wished to convince only their admired colleagues, and thought no one outside Oxford, Cambridge, and Vienna had much to teach them. Copy and original. Perceptions as representations. No independent access to compare with reality. Radicalized solipsism. Descartes. Cartesian doubt. Subjective indubitable. God is guarantor of external world. Locke/Berkeley/Hume. Secondary versus primary qualities. Esse est percipi. Mitigated skepticism. Critique of reason. Agency and ficta. Self as willing subject. Moral proof of external world. Syllabus jumps Hume to statement logic. Common sense dead end. Time antinomies. Russell's Humean cul-de-sac. Oxford piping versus real philosophy. Quote, "The only way one can check the accuracy of a copy is to compare it with the original. But in this case, we have no independent access to the original, and therefore cannot make the comparison. We have access to the copy alone. Indeed, it is only from the copy that we infer the existence of the original at all." Quote, Hume developed to its logical conclusion the empirical philosophy of Locke and Berkeley, and by making it self-consistent made it incredible. He represents, in a certain sense, a dead end. In his direction, it is impossible to go further. Quote, "The plain truth is that common sense cannot be right. The antinomies of time and space alone are enough to demonstrate that reality, whatever it is, cannot but be of an order radically different from the scheme of things presented to our minds by common sense. What can be shown but not said?" Having taken my degree in philosophy, politics, and economics, I was free at last to study whatever I chose. At once I set out to discover whether there was such a thing as a contemporary philosophy that was intellectually serious. What determined the direction in which I looked, I think, was that Oxford philosophers had not only ignored the foundational metaphysical problems of time and space and the nature of matter, they had ignored also what were, for me, the most profound, illuminating, and engrossing human experiences outside the immediacies of inner life, sensory response, and personal relationships, namely those of art. Even accepting the self-imposed limitations of their concern with language, they had disregarded the language of the greatest drama, poetry, and fiction. My most immediate need was to find philosophers who address questions raised by these things and build a bridge between what I had been studying and what I felt to be important. Without guidance, and therefore with what I see as remarkable good fortune when I look back on it, the first such philosopher I stumbled across was Suzanne K. Langer, Philosophy in a New Key, bought on impulse in a Malmo bookshop, followed soon by Feeling and Form. Her distinction between discursive form and presentational form has lasted with me. A philosophical argument or proof is a discursive form. Symbols set down in significant sequential order, apprehended only in time. But once completed, it stands as a finished gestalt, presentational form, perceived as a unity for which time is not constitutive. Crucially, although presentational form is displayed, it cannot be communicated in any other way. You have to see it for yourself. Langer's most fruitful application is to the arts, especially music. A work is a presentational form symbolic of feeling, and what it communicates can never be expressed discursively. I agree that art is cognitive before it is expressive, conveying understanding of how things are, not merely the artist's emotion. The link runs Schopenhauer, Wittgenstein's Tractatus Langer. She also led me to Cassir's vision of man as a symbol-creating animal, within which linguistic philosophy fits in a corner. Because of Langer, I studied the Tractatus carefully. Logic had been one of my special subjects, so I felt ready. I do not think I have ever been so astonished at what sort of book a book was. At Oxford, the Tractatus had been held up as the founding document of logical positivism. When I read it, I found its central thesis roughly the opposite. Positivists held that everything important could in principle be said. Wittgenstein maintained that almost everything most important cannot be stated at all, but only shown. Ethics values the meaning of life, the self, death, the existence of the world as a whole. All lie outside propositional language. Engelmann Positivists draw the same line as Wittgenstein. The difference is only that they have nothing to be silent about. Carnap admitted he had not attended to the mystical passages. When I tried to discuss this at Oxford, people became embarrassed for me. The presupposed framework is Schopenhauerian. Freya enabled Wittgenstein to go deeper via the picture theory of meaning. All that was original in the book, though Langer made the most permanently enlightening use of it. Wittgenstein repudiated the picture theory in Philosophical Investigations, 1953, replacing it with the tool metaphor. Meaning as use, philosophical problems as conceptual knots to be untangled. He introduced form of life, family resemblance, and the argument against private language, comparing language to games in which what counts as evidence differs between court, laboratory, and historical research. My view inclines to the Russell view. The later work contains useful ideas in isolation, but has lost the acknowledgement of non-linguistic reality in the sense that life's significance is transcendental. Wittgenstein adrift in a Sargasso sea of free-floating language, appealing chiefly to people without philosophical problems. In the same year, I read Popper's The Open Society and Its Enemies, the first living philosopher whose work had something of greatness about it. Popper questioned not concepts, but the way things are. Word spinning was boring and harmful. The book addressed creating and sustaining an open society against closed ones, written at the height of the war with enraged passion. It was like escaping from a fetid privy into tingling fresh air and huge mountains. He attacked opponents' cases at their strongest, improving them first, devastating to Marxism, of great personal value to me. Whenever Oxford philosophers said philosophy's subject matter was linguistic, I asked about the open society. None gave a semi-satisfactory answer. I began a doctorate on metaphor under Peter Strawson, whose supervisions were terror tactics, bullets smacking round my head until I emerged vibrating, convinced he must regard me as an idiot. They taught me that any idea would have to stand up to such criticism. After 2 or 3, I accepted a Yale fellowship, realizing a doctorate would ignore what Yale offered, and having no intention of becoming a professional philosopher, I put the doctorate aside for a year of general philosophical study, the best academic decision I ever made. Presentational form, shown but not said. Langer's key to art. Discursive argument becomes gestalt when complete. Tractatus misread. What matters most cannot be stated. Schopenhauerian presuppositions. Picture theory repudiated in investigations. Popper attacked the strongest case. Open society as real philosophy, not linguistic analysis. Quote, one of the features of presentational form that is most fraught with consequence is that although it is displayed, it cannot be communicated in any other way. The presentational form of a philosophical argument is something exhibited by the argument as a whole and not something stated in any, or for that matter all, of its sentences. There is little I can do to tell you what it is, except repeat it. You have to see it for yourself, and if you do not see it, there is not much I could do to point out to you. Quote, a whole generation of disciples was able to take Wittgenstein as a positivist, because he has something of enormous importance in common with the positivists. He draws the line between what we can speak about and what we must be silent about, just as they do. The difference is only that they have nothing to be silent about. Positivism holds, and this is its essence, that what we can speak about is all that matters in life. Whereas Wittgenstein passionately believes that all that really matters in human life is precisely what, in his view, we must be silent about. Quote, it was like escaping from imprisonment in a fetid outdoor privy into the tingling fresh air and finding huge, beautiful mountains all around. A Yale education. Postgraduate teaching at Yale was based on seminars. 8 or 10 people round a table twice a week for 2 hours, taking turns to read short papers, discussions spilling over into cafes, bars, meals, and walks. The students were bright graduates from across America, almost all bent on careers as professional philosophers. There was an embarrassment of choice, and I shopped around. Bram Blanchard's seminar on empiricist epistemology was my first encounter with philosophy teaching that was not sectarian. Reminiscent of Russell, He committed to rational argument without subordinating it to language, clear, elegant, witty. He introduced me to the American pragmatists, Peirce, James, Dewey, rarely mentioned at Oxford, and assessed the empiricist tradition with admirable fairness against rationalists, idealists, and existentialists. Oxford interpretations have been analogous to Communist Party readings of current affairs, partisan, belligerent, intolerant. At Oxford, I had been told Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Heidegger were not philosophers. Arthur Papp's seminar on philosophy of science was solidly science and mathematics-based. In stark contrast to Oxford, where logical positivism was taught by people ignorant of science who evince contempt for it based on ignorance, an inauthentic life situation in the existentialist sense. Papp showed that space and time concepts are logically interdependent, and that every discussion uses undefined terms, devastating for philosophy as linguistic analysis. It was a tragedy that he died in his 30s. Alan Anderson's lottery ticket argument, that surprise at this universe existing is misplaced, only that anything exists at all warrants wonder, stayed with me. I used it in facing death. George Schrader's Kant seminar worked through all three critiques in a year at the rate of a book a term. It was the most permanently enriching single thing I did at Yale, and possibly the most valuable single educational experience I have ever had. A paper on Kant's refutation of idealism was my first publication in philosophy. From then on, I have believed not that Kant was right, but that he had got hold of the right end of the stick, and that whatever the truth about the world as we experience it, it lies somewhere in the direction he pointed us. Arnold Wolfers taught foreign policy through abstract diagrams of giant powers and border states, then asked us to apply the logic to China, having led us to think about the Soviet Union throughout. Foreign policy is largely situational logic applied to self-interest, regardless of ideology or personality of leaders. F.S.C. Northrop, one of two people I have met with genius for teaching, would walk into the room already talking, sentences geysering out. He distinguished positive law from living law, custom, ritual, religion, folk memory, to which attachment runs deeper than allegiance to enacted law. When positive law persistently conflicts with living law, serious social disruption follows. His seminars tied all my others together. He showed that pure science rivals the arts as spiritual adventure, and that relativity and quantum theory push us toward a Kantian reevaluation of knowledge, explanatory structures we bring into being and then reify. He liberated my synthesizing proclivities, brutally inhibited at Oxford. Oxford had been militantly analytic and hostile to synthesis, thundering me down whenever I drew parallels, itemizing differences as if that negated similarity. I was once asked what I hoped to do after Oxford and replied that I wanted to combine writing philosophy and novels with politics, as Sartre was doing. My questioner snorted, "Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to compare yourself to Sartre?" I had to say I merely cited him as an example of combining three activities, not compared myself to him. Bernard Williams later admitted linguistic analysis underestimated theory. Austin's comparison of linguistic distinctions to beetle species ignored that species classification requires evolutionary theory in the background. Exchanging Oxford for Yale was like stepping from a cellar into sunlight. People in love with fundamental problems, taking science, existentialism, Marxism, and Freudianism seriously, not regarding them as an assemblage of huge, crude mistakes. Northrop imposed a duty to think interdisciplinarily, asserting anything in one field commits us elsewhere. If Freudian explanations are right, existentialist freedom must be false. If Marxism is true, Freudianism must be in error. Insofar as my Oxford training made me overcautious about connections, it remained a bar to understanding. Everything connected for Northrop to the one and the many, the selfsame physical laws throughout the cosmos, Kant's transcendental unity of apperception, the mystery that unity should exist at all, yet consist of indefinitely many disparate things. Quote, "At Oxford, the assumption had always been that the empiricist tradition was philosophy. There had been one occasion when I had raised a question about the existentialist tradition as represented by philosophers like Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Heidegger, only to have it explained to me that these were not philosophers. Quote, "In all these respects, exchanging Oxford for Yale had been like stepping out of a dark cellar into the sunlight. For the first time, I encountered people of my own generation who were of high ability, had first-rate philosophical training, and were in love with fundamental problems." Quote, "This imposes on us a positive duty to think in an interdisciplinary way. Nothing else is compatible with intellectual responsibility. We are, whether we like it or not, forced up against the fact that asserting anything in one place commits us to accepting or ruling out things in others." The discovery of Kant. The most valuable single educational experience I had at Yale was Kant's critical philosophy, studied in a small group meeting twice weekly throughout the year. Beginners cannot get far alone. Their sincerely held beliefs and, more important, their unconscious assumptions must be challenged by equals, or they reinforce one another's errors. Discussion is indispensable in those early stages, though many great philosophers did their creative work in isolation only after the learning process was complete. Discovering Kant was like discovering where I lived. He states that the nature of our reason is such that we cannot help asking questions about the world to which, such is the nature of our reason, we can never know the answers. Then sets out the antinomies of time and space I had struggled with since childhood. I did not think his particular formulations were very good, but their faults paled beside the fact that here was a philosopher taking problems I had lived with all my life. It was, as Goethe said, like walking into a lighted room. If reason leads to self-contradiction, reality cannot correspond to it. This knocks the bottom out of rationalism. Yet experience cannot validate independent reality either. The notion that perceptions are like objects in themselves is incoherent. Most philosophers before Kant assumed objects exist as we perceive them, independently of us. Kant realized that could not be right. Sight, sound, touch, taste, smell cannot exist independently of sensory systems. Thinking cannot occur without brains. Abstract from sense and mind-dependent aspects, and we are left with an X to which no characteristics can be assigned. Hume, the synthetic a priori, and the Copernican turn. Hume woke Kant from dogmatic slumber on causality. Necessary connection is neither observable nor logically derivable, yet without it there is no empirical world, neither the world of common sense nor the world of science. Time, space, and scientific law are in the same boat, none verifiable from finite observations, however large. Kant did not conclude science was invalid. Science demonstrably gives us the most practically useful knowledge we possess. He concluded, we must use something beyond observation and logic. The critique of pure reason solves Hume's problem in its widest implications. The world as we experience it depends on our apparatus for experiencing. Space, time, causality, and objecthood are not read-off experience, but preconditions of any experience, the meshes of our nets. Linguistic philosophers reduced this to a question about propositions. Kant's crucial point is about the world we live in. Kant distinguished phenomena, the world of common sense and science, material objects in space and time, from noumena, things as they are in themselves. Empiricists misread him as saying we synthesize reality in our heads. He insists reality exists independently, but experience is mediated by apparatus whose deliverances are categorically different from their objects. Photograph, not object. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel dropped the noumenal and became idealists in a sense Kant was not. Schopenhauer, like Kant, believed in independent reality. For thousands of years, philosophers assumed knowledge must conform to objects and found it permanently impossible to explain how we acquire that knowledge. Kant's Copernican revolution. Objects conform to knowledge. A writer describes a scene in words. A camera makes a photograph. Sound equipment makes a recording. Each apparatus represents reality only in terms its own nature permits. Our brains and senses are no different. Everything falls into place, though it remains counterintuitive. The empiricist error is reifying experience. mistaking epistemology for ontology. Kant left three components of possible knowledge about the empirical world: observation, logical derivation, and the forms in which experience is mediated: time, space, causality, unrestricted generality. These characterize only the world of appearances. Causal connection cannot link phenomena to noumena. Postulating unobservable metaphysical objects as causes of experience abandons Kant's own logic. Space and time exist only insofar as there are spatial and temporal relationships among objects of experience. Freedom, faith, and Magee's Kantianism. If all material movement is scientifically determined, do we lack free will? Kant argued for morality. Ought implies can. No determinist has expunged all moral concept from discourse. Outrage at cruel treatment revives ought and ought not. Even the wicked want moral decency shown to them. A consistent determinist would become a psychopath. Freedom cannot occur in the empirical world, yet has consequences there. Part of us exists outside it. Once I throw a ball, physics takes over. Only whether I throw is up to me. Acts will spring from nothing we can penetrate. The void I described in my first chapter, the mystery Chomsky acknowledges human science cannot reach. Kant explains why they cannot be explained. They inhabit a realm where cause has no purchase. He ruled out knowledge to make room for faith, not unscientific on matters untestable by experience itself. I am more straightforwardly agnostic than Kant. Unknowable possibility, survival or annihilation, seems the most important thing about human life. It baffles me that so many think they know the answers. Atheistic humanism that takes as known what we cannot know Schopenhauer called shallow-pated rationalism. Whenever Kant draws a line between what we can and cannot know, he never says nothing exists beyond knowledge. He rules out direct knowledge of God and souls, demolishing many religious and theological claims of 3,000 years, Der Lessermalmer, the all-destroyer, yet the supreme clarifier and liberator. Neo-Humean empiricism has run into the sand. Almost every tradition since Kant is Kantian in some sense, through Schopenhauer to Nietzsche, Wittgenstein, Popper, Cassirer, Langer, and Chomsky. Tolstoy called the task of philosophy to answer Kant's questions. I agree. Until those questions are dealt with, shown not to arise, or answered on a basis that takes account of them, philosophy remains beside the point, however gifted its practitioners. We face only two alternatives: regard Kant's fundamental insights as valid and build on them, or show why they are not and proceed on some other basis. Neo-Humean empiricism has always done neither, with the result that even intelligent work along those lines fails to meet the challenges that must be met first. At the deepest level, our understanding of the human condition remains where Kant and Schopenhauer left it. Readers of Chapter 1 will know I grew up a natural Kantian before hearing the name or attaching any accurate meaning to the word philosophy. Within the empirical world, science applies without limit at the level of its applicability. Yet that world is subject-dependent, and independent reality is hidden. We know the empirical world is not all there is from morality and from direct experience of willing. I know myself to be a being combining empirical and non-empirical, the embodied interface between the two, initiatives passing across a frontier we cannot map. Schopenhauer took up the urgent questions Kant left. He perceived what Kant nearly grasped, that the transcendental realm has the character of will. I reject Kant's rationalist ethics, find his aesthetics thin, and cannot engage with God or immortality as he did. But free will and the nominal press on me through consciousness, relationship, sex, and music. What frustrates me is that I can know so very little about the realm I seem to inhabit partially all my waking life. Antinomies. Childhood puzzles on time and space named and structured by Kant. Synthetic a priori. Space, time, causality as forms of possible experience, not derived from observation. Copernican revolution. Objects conform to knowledge. Experience is not independent reality. Ought implies can. Morality commits us to freedom outside the empirical world. Quote, discovering Kant was like discovering where I lived. It was, as Goethe described the experience of reading Kant, like walking into a lighted room. I had discovered at last what I had come to philosophy looking for. Quote, "The error at the heart of the entire empiricist tradition is what you might call the reification of experience, the mistaking of experience for reality, the mistaking of epistemology for ontology." Quote, "He ruled out knowledge in order to make room for faith. Atheists can take no comfort from this, for the same arguments demolish the intellectual foundations of atheism as well. For the same reasons that we can never know that there is a God, we can never know that there is not a God." Professional versus amateur philosophy. September 1956 marks a watershed. My formal education ended. I arrived in London as an independent adult, and within weeks the Suez Crisis and the Russian invasion of Hungary plunged me into highly charged political activity. Those outraged by one invasion, but not the other, revealed their partisanship. Those of honest heart were outraged by both. I was selected as a Labour parliamentary candidate about 18 months later. I did not want a normal career. Writing and politics were what I wanted to sink myself into for their own sakes. A livelihood might come as a byproduct. I drifted via part-time teaching into television, discovering I could earn a full-time living in half the time, leaving the other half for writing and politics. Inducements of money and fame to work in television full-time held no temptation. If I had not needed money, I would not have spent any time on it at all. I would have liked a bohemian life, but actually wanted to live comfortably in central London, go constantly to concerts and theaters, buy books and records, travel to Bayreuth and Salzburg, combining all this with work of my own choosing. Academic friends envied my liberty. They were tied to teaching syllabi they did not choose, keeping up with journals and fashionable books they would not otherwise read. I had the freedom not to devote time to matters not of my choosing. Every book I read was a book I wanted to read. Outside academe, philosophy remained part of life's warp and woof, not a compartment, and I was independent of intellectual fashions. Warnock said philosophers swim contentedly along in the way the stream is going. I soon realized the Austinian philosophy required at Oxford was ephemera now read by nobody. Instead of philosophical journalism, I read the great figures I had missed, often soaking in a short masterpiece for a whole weekend or a longer work for weeks abroad. Kant in Majorca, Plato in Salzburg, Heidegger in Bayreuth, Augustine in Sicily. Political philosophy is dead, academic philosophers proclaimed. All that remained was linguistic elucidation of political concepts. The classics stood untouched, more imposing for the flimsy trash around them. I reread Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Burke, Mill, Marx, and Popper as an active politician. I also turned to Bertrand Russell, constantly bandied about at Oxford, yet not required reading, dismissed as superseded by their own work. Russell began as a mathematician, jibbing at unjustified axioms until curiosity carried him through geometry, as dazzling as first love. Every argument begins with unproven premises, no ground floor of certainty. He and Freya independently concluded mathematics reduces to logic. Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica revolutionized the subject, showing Aristotelian logic to be a corner of a vastly enlarged discipline. His On Denoting revealed hidden logical structure in statements like the King of France is bald, founding analytic philosophy. But Russell never regarded analysis as an end in itself. We analyze only statements that matter to us about the world. He believed philosophy's purpose was understanding reality. Science reduces phenomena to a ground floor level but cannot explain that level itself. Gödel showed no formal system is self-contained. Russell understood clearly what many still fail to understand, that science does not establish a materialist metaphysics. A materialist view is philosophy, not science. Some of the greatest 20th century scientists, including Einstein and Schrödinger, held non-materialist beliefs. Russell chose philosophy because what he sought was understanding of ultimate reality that science alone cannot provide. His intellectual honesty in acknowledging each book's failure before changing tack is exemplary. Accompanying him on those journeys is an education in why empiricism must be abandoned. Human Knowledge, Its Scope and Limits, 1948, acknowledges Russell's lifetime quest for empiricist foundations has failed. We must bring postulates neither a priori nor derivable from experience. Empiricism as a theory of knowledge has proved inadequate. Kant's starting point reached only at the end of Russell's career. The bitterest irony. The philosopher to whom Kant owed this insight was Hume. When Russell and More rebelled against Hegel, they threw out Kant with the bathwater. Kant had never gained general acceptance in Britain. Russell's history of Western philosophy is overrated, superficial on Kant and Schopenhauer, a potboiler from adult education notes. But my philosophical development is a solid summation of 60 years of hard thought. Yet Russell is sheerly enjoyable. Clear without self-effacement, pungent personality in the prose, often funny, intellectually honest, historically indispensable, father of analytic philosophy, discoverer of Freya, intellectual godfather of the Vienna Circle, the man who brought Wittgenstein into philosophy, supreme prophet of the liberal attitudes that transformed Britain in the last third of the 20th century. The amateur who reads on his own terms may reach Kant's starting point, while the professional empiricist reaches it only at the end. Amateur liberty, halftime television, freedom from syllabus, fashion, and administration. Immersive classics, philosophy woven into life, not compartmentalized. Russell's arc, logicism and analysis as method, Gödel's limit. Human knowledge conceding Kant, empiricism's heroic failure. Quote, I, by contrast, in what might be called my academic work, had the most precious freedom of all, the freedom not to devote any of my time or energies to matters not of my choosing. I spent no time at all on teaching or academic administration, and every book I read was a book I wanted to read. Quote, what followed was one of the great events of my life, as dazzling as first love. I had not imagined that there was anything so delicious in the world. From that moment until Whitehead and I finished Principia Mathematica, when I was 38, mathematics was my chief interest and my chief source of happiness. Quote, in this sense, it must be admitted empiricism as a theory of knowledge has proved inadequate. Getting to know Popper. In 1959, I became personally acquainted with what I took to be the two best living philosophers in the English language, Bertrand Russell and Karl Popper. Popper was 56 and I was 28. Russell was 87 and I 29. Those differences shaped how the relationships developed. Popper became a lifelong friend. Russell I saw quite a lot of for 3 or 4 years, but then I shared with many others the experience of being cut off from him by Ralph Schoenmann. Long before he died in 1970, at 97, we had lost contact. The first time I set eyes on Popper was when he delivered the presidential address to the Aristotelian Society on October 13, 1958. I had read the Open Society twice. It had influenced my political thinking more than any other book, and I was curious to see him in the flesh. The audience consisted almost entirely of professional philosophers, many of them well-known. When the speaker and chairman entered, I realized I did not know which was Popper. One was a bulky, self-confident figure, the other small and unimpressive. Needless to say, it was the latter, the little man with no presence, though what compelled attention once he spoke was not his manner, but the content of what he said. Back to the Pre-Socratics. The address, Back to the Pre-Socratics, appears in Conjectures and Refutations. Its main contention is that the only practicable way of expanding human knowledge is by an unending feedback process of criticism, and what gives the thesis its clout is what it denies. Observations and experiments play the same role as critical arguments. They may test, challenge, even refute theories, but are relevant only insofar as they constitute potential criticisms. We think up plausible explanations, then submit conjectures to critical discussion and to tests that must constitute potential refutations. Popper claimed the Pre-Socratics inaugurated this tradition of institutionalized criticism against societies that treated knowledge as something handed down inviolate. Whether the historical claim is right is of minor importance beside whether the method is valid. And if it is, it overthrows centuries of empiricist philosophy whose central tenet is that all knowledge must begin with experience. The logic of scientific discovery had not yet appeared in English. I was intellectually thrilled, agog to see this particular audience, full of distinguished empiricists, pounce on the argument. I simply could not believe it when, in the discussion period, not one person raised the epistemological issue. The entire impassioned debate turned on whether this or that pre-Socratic had been correctly represented, whether a Greek fragment might be better understood another way. These people were like passengers on the Titanic fussing over the deck chairs. I grew angry, and when I got home wrote to Popper saying that although the audience's frivolity was inexcusable, he was partly to blame. By presenting his revolutionary idea indirectly as a historical claim about the pre-Socratics, he had misled them into thinking his thesis was antiquarian. He had made a similar mistake in the Open Society, where academics came away thinking the book was about Plato and Marx rather than about his own arguments. Popper replied that he was revising the Open Society and would welcome criticisms for a new edition. I sent him several foolscap pages of detailed comments, incorporated in the fourth edition. After that, he invited me to his room at the London School of Economics. The totalitarian liberal. My chief impression at our early meetings was of an intellectual aggressiveness such as I had never encountered. Everything we argued about he pursued relentlessly beyond the limits of acceptable aggression in conversation. Ernst Gombrich, his closest friend, who loved him, once put it to me that Popper seemed unable to accept the continued existence of different points of view, but went on and on with a kind of unforgivingness until the dissenter, so to speak, put his signature to a confession that he was wrong. The unremittingly fierce, tight focus put me in mind of a blowtorch. All this was the grossest possible violation of the liberal spirit exemplified in his writings. The totalitarian liberal was one of his nicknames at the LSE, and it was perceptive. Luckily, I had a calmer temperament and was quicker thinking the angrier he got. I believe it was this that made him change his behavior towards me in the end. He found that in spite of his greater knowledge, it was as often as not I who ended up in control of the situation. Only so as not to be at a disadvantage, which was intolerable to him, did he finally accept the brute fact of my intellectual independence. What kept me coming back was the sheer bigness of the man and of everything he had to say. Ray Monk, 33 years later after his first meeting with Popper, said to me, "You knew you were talking to a great philosopher and not just a very clever man." Every question was met head-on, yet seen in the context of Western thought since the pre-Socratics, as if Plato, Hume, and Kant were invisible participants in the room. I came to see the relationship between Popper and his work as more like an artist than an intellectual's, compensatory, embodying what the man lacked. Wagner composed Tristan not because he was immersed in love, but because he was not. Popper's work is a monument to his deficiencies. Criticism does more than anything to bring about improvement, yet Popper the man could not abide criticism. His political writings contain the best case for freedom and tolerance, yet Popper the man was intolerant and did not really understand freedom. That he failed to live in accordance with his ideas no more invalidates them than Christianity is invalidated by most Christians' conduct. Critical rationalism. The best way to locate Popper is as a reconstructed canon. In a passage he was surprised to learn I found illuminating, he traces his descent from Kant through Einstein's liberation of physics from Newton's dogma. Kant assumed Newton's theory was true, and therefore that our intellect imposes its laws upon nature with inescapable success. Once Newton becomes a magnificent hypothesis rather than an incorrigible truth, Kant's problem must be radically altered. Popper's modified Kant. Our intellect does not draw its laws from nature, but tries, with varying degrees of success, to impose upon nature laws which it freely invents. Reason works by trial and error. We test theories by trying to disprove them, not verify them. From this epistemology, he drew political conclusions of incalculable practical importance. Before Popper, almost everyone believed democracy was bound to be inefficient and that enlightened dictatorship would be more effective. Popper showed this is not so. Democracy plays a crucial role in raising societies out of poverty because criticism is the agent of improvement, and suppression of criticism means more mistakes go unperceived and persist longer. Even when I met him, the logic of scientific discovery had only just appeared in English a quarter-century after its Vienna publication, characteristic tardiness that left his philosophy of science unknown when I first esteemed his political work. I have fundamental differences with him. He was a realist through and through. I am some sort of transcendental idealist. The experiences that matter most to me, awareness of existence, love, the arts, are scarcely treated in his writings. I hold Kant's noumenal/phenomenal distinction to be philosophy's greatest single achievement. Popper corrected one important canon error about Newton, but never addressed the noumenal in Kant's sense, proceeding as if the empirical world were all there is. Yet because he understands that ultimate reality is hidden and that knowledge approaches it only asymptotically, his epistemology can be accommodated within an empirical realism/transcendental idealism frame he does not acknowledge. On either presupposition, he is the foremost philosopher of the age. I tried hardest, without success, to get him to address the interface between phenomenal and noumenal. He agreed certain questions are unanswerable and turned his back on them with almost Buddhistic calm. Morality, values, the meaning of life, the significance of art. His temperament proceeded on what can be known in his conjectured sense. Mine cannot leave the unanswerable alone. For years we met at his home in Penn, arriving by train to High Wycombe. He had told me Havocombe, where a Greek taxi driver called Plato always asked after the professor. Popper would grab my arm and pace the garden with blazing intensity, living his problems from the inside. Yet after 30 years he knew almost nothing of my life. His workaholic self-isolation, no television, no newspaper, bumps in the private road to discourage visitors, exacted a toll on his later social judgments even as his philosophy of science reached unmatched depth. Karl Popper died on September 17, 1994, aged 92. He has been seen primarily as a critic of Marxism, Freud, logical positivism, linguistic philosophy, the observational theory of science. Yet in each case he put forward alternatives of exceptional creative originality. His positive doctrines await the belated discovery I expect will constitute his main future. No other 20th century thinker matched his range as a destroyer of dominant myths, and no one else combined that with a theory of knowledge whose consequences, if he is right, are seismic for Western philosophy. Conjectures and refutations. Knowledge grows by criticism, not observation first empiricism. Revolutionary method masked as pre-Socratic history. Totalitarian liberal, intolerance of dissent versus open society arguments. Compensatory art analogy. Reconstructed Kantian. Einstein frees us from Newtonian dogma. Falsification, not verification. Democracy as error correction. Empirical limits. Transcendental idealist disagreement. Phenomenal/noumenal frontier declined. Workaholic isolation. Quote, I simply could not believe it when, in the question and discussion period, not one single person raised this issue or referred to it. The entire discussion, which became impassioned, turned on whether or not this particular pre-Socratic philosopher had been correctly represented by Popper. These people were like passengers on the Titanic fussing over the deck chairs while the ship approached the iceberg. Quote, central to his philosophy is the claim that criticism does more than anything else to bring about growth and improvement, including the growth and improvement of our knowledge. Yet Popper the man could not abide criticism. His political writings contain the best statement ever made of the case for freedom and tolerance in human affairs. Yet Popper the man was intolerant and did not really understand freedom. Quote, our intellect does not draw its laws from nature, but tries, with varying degrees of success, to impose upon nature laws which it freely invents. The difference is this. Kant's formulation not only implies that our reason attempts to impose laws upon nature, but also that it is invariably successful in this. Yet we know since Einstein that very different theories and very different interpretations are also possible. Getting to know Russell. Most people must go through life without ever getting to know anyone of genius. So I count it great good fortune that I have known two. In 1959, I was a program maker for ATV. My first one-hour documentary was on global overpopulation. I chose Julian Huxley and Bertrand Russell as studio interviewees. Russell answered the telephone himself at his home in North Wales, was interested but wanted to meet first, and at 87 found winter travel to London burdensome. Would I come to Penrhyn Dewdraith? I said yes. He was bird-like and slight, with extraordinary quickness of mind and body. His wife had flu. He waited on me with Victorian courtly attentiveness, as if I were of nabob-like importance. We settled the program, then talked philosophy for hours, catty, affectionate, consistently funny comment on Wittgenstein, Whitehead, and more imperfectly balanced, almost unrevisable sentences. I do not think I have ever listened to anyone with greater delight. We agreed. Early Wittgenstein genius, later Wittgenstein frivolity. Oxford's linguistic philosophy an abuse of tool and subject. Philosophy's task remained understanding the world with science central. Russell said he often felt he ought to have been a scientist. Of Popper, he knew only the open society and mistook falsifiability for Ayer's criterion of meaning. Lunch was a Dickensian boiled ham. Russell carved with flamboyance, dancing round my chair to serve from my left. When I reached for the wine, he snatched the bottle. The host must pour. I said his attentiveness embarrassed me. Unperturbed, I know. A difference in age can have a quite irrational effect. When I was 17, I had dinner alone with Gladstone. Learning I was a prospective Labor candidate launched political talk that ran 8 hours more. He had known Lenin, Keynes, Einstein, ranking Keynes above himself. Every time I argued with Keynes, I felt I was taking my life in my hands. Lenin greatest for combining mind with action, though morally abominable. Queen Victoria had died when he was 29. He remained a 19th century aristocrat in speech, his people, his set. My greatest reservation was his distance from non-linguistic reality. He sought the right way of thinking, not feeling, and proposed silly things out of contact with how life actually is. He denied advocating nuclear bombing of the Soviet Union until I showed him an original source. He had genuinely forgotten, probably Freudianly, but had said it on several occasions. The same theoretical cast produced Beacon Hill School, Blinded by Theory, and later unilateral disarmament campaigning, fitting that the man who had advocated nuclear bombing became its most famous opponent. It was not silliness with age. He had been like this all along. Ralph Schoenman eventually cut off his friends. My letters drew replies Russell never saw. Telephone calls were intercepted. Public declarations appeared over his signature that he could not have written. Alan Ryan described prose like the rantings of the student left. A Greek tragic end. Magnificent gifts. Self-engineered downfall. My first day with Russell remains the most memorable day of talk I have ever experienced. For decades, Reader's Digest ran, the most unforgettable character I've met, and Russell remains mine. 8 hours in Wales. Victorian host. Gladstone at 17. Agreement on Wittgenstein, Oxford error, science. Concepts versus reality. Theoretical cast of mind. Nuclear bombing forgotten, then denied. Practical blunderer not aged fool. Schoenman. Kafkaesque cutoff. Illiterate public statements. Tragic self-engineered end. Quote, he dealt in concepts, in words, in thoughts, with a wholly inadequate understanding of what they meant in terms of non-linguistic reality. Confronted with any human problem, he looked for the right way of thinking about it, rather than the right way of feeling about it. Quote, when I was 17, I had dinner alone with Gladstone. Quote, many English readers doubted whether Russell had read, much less written, what he had put his name to. It read like the rantings of the student left, not like Russell's own immaculate prose. First attempts at a political philosophy. On my return from Yale in late summer 1956, I was plunged into political activity by Suez and Hungary and attended the Labour Party conference at Brighton in 1957. the historic one at which Aneurin Bevan made his naked into the conference chamber speech, abandoning unilateral nuclear disarmament to become deputy leader under Hugh Gaitskell. Representatives from Mid-Bedfordshire, a safe conservative seat of 72 villages across 250 square miles, were looking for a young outsider willing to lose an election and win his spurs. There I fell on me. At the selection conference in Bedford early in 1958, Betty Boothroyd was on the short list. The activists had already decided on me. From then until the 1959 general election, I spent every other weekend in the constituency learning how local parties worked and how to fight campaigns. I lost in 1959, fought a by-election in 1960 when my opponent went to the Lords. Those years 1958 to 60 were my apprenticeship in party politics, richly educative and disillusioning. I was dismayed to discover how small a role ideas played. Most activity was pursuit of self-interest in the light of situational logic, rationalized after the event. Alongside wet liberal majorities stood a dissident left guided by Marxism, often unarticulated, with organized apologists for communist regimes who lied about them and savage truth-tellers. I did not want theory-governed politics that is neither possible nor desirable in a free society, but I wanted an end to the effluent flow of claptrap, and given that all activity presupposes theory, a better one than Marxism. Much of the intellectual work seemed done by Popper. The Open Society demolished Marxism beyond reconstruction and offered a problem-solving, non-ideological guide for social democrats bent on rapid reform. I wrote The New Radicalism, published in 1962, my first serious book, though my fourth published, after poems, a travel book, and a spy novel. I gave complete first drafts to 5 friends for ruthless criticism: Ron Atkinson, Ninian Smart, Bernard Williams, Anthony Crossland, and Tyrell Burgess. Russell read Chapter 3 and said my case was squarely in the radical liberal tradition back to Locke and Mill. So why new? I replied the Labour Party had never identified with the Socratic tradition of European rationality, had never thrown out Marxism, and that much was new with Popper. I kept the title for presentation. Reform requires ideas held out as new, not described as old in the offer itself. Popper read the book in proof. His big suggestion concerned my extended criticism of Gaitskell, whom I saw as an inept, too conservative obstacle to radicalizing labor. Popper argued on prudential grounds that Gaitskell was fighting the Marxist left for the party's soul and must be supported. We had hot-tempered arguments, weakened when Bevan died prematurely, for Bevan was the leader I had in mind. In the end, against my better judgment, I toned the anti-Gaitskell passage down, the only time I acted contrary to my instincts under Popper's influence. When Gaitskell almost immediately turned his coat over Europe with a Little England Conference speech, Popper said I had been right and regretted persuading me. I vowed never to make someone else's mistake again. The publishers expected a furor. It never happened. The Observer called it a dose of salts. The Economist magnificently scornful. New Society essential reading. Events bore out the critique. Yet the book stirred almost no debate. Labor politics lacks seriousness about fundamentals. Many asked why, as a member, I criticized my own party rather than the Conservatives, or why I stayed in it if I found such faults. Critically evaluating an organization one cared about in order to improve, it seemed wholly foreign. One Paddington chairman organized a meeting for me. Nobody came, a boycott that must have taken organizing, especially as I was then in the highest-rated current affairs program. The book influenced individuals and a generation of social democrats. One future leader told me years later it shaped his outlook more than any other. In Austria, as Revolution der Umdenkens, it played a part in liberals' victory over Marxists in the Social Democratic Party. It led to the Democratic Revolution, 1964, commissioned for Third World universities read by the trousered African. Arguing communism was already a failed system morally, economically, and politically. The West had won the Cold War, though rhetoric denied it. Third world countries boarding communism were fighting to get on a sinking ship. These conclusions came from television reporting in Eastern Europe and Africa, not study alone. When I said communist regimes were cruel dictatorships using torture and judicial murder, Most labor friends thought me McCarthyite. Conservatives said I was exaggerating. The Western picture of communist efficiency and willing acceptance was the diametrical opposite of truth, a treason to clerks of gargantuan proportions. Towards 2000, 1965, argued pre-Popperian science in a television series needed correcting, and that freedom of inquiry essential to science has inescapable libertarian political implications. The national, international, and historical outline treatments of one approach. Critical rationality from Greece through science to social change. Television reporting gave chasm-like, direct knowledge beneath media facades. I evolved a frank way of treating taboo subjects, abortion, homosexuality, among midwives of the 1960s social revolution. 1 in 20 on homosexuality began as dictated draft in a week. The typist transcript was loose, stock-phrased, unpublishable. Rewriting every sentence by hand took 3 months. Never again did I dictate for publication. Farrer, a homosexual partner at Seeker and Warburg, had begged me to write it for decriminalization. The book helped change the law, though Italian publishers later told me there had been no sales when I asked about royalties. Mid-Bedfordshire apprenticeship. Ideas marginal. Marxist left versus Popperian alternative. The new radicalism. Gates School versus Popper. Tactical toning down regretted. Labor's football fan hostility to internal critique. Democratic revolution. Communism as sinking ship. Western delusions about Eastern Bloc. TV as truth-finding. Quote, I was dismayed to discover how small a role ideas and ideals played in it all, and to the extent that they did play a role, what shabby ideas and ideals they were for the most part. Most political activity was actually a pursuit of self-interest in the light of situational logic. Quote, to tone down even one passage for tactical reasons would be to introduce intellectual corruption at that point. And this was something I wanted the book to be free of, since the Labor Party was so riddled with it. And this was one of my chief complaints against it, expressed in the book itself. Quote, it was a treason to clerks of gargantuan proportions, the supreme intellectual tragedy of the 20th century. The search for meaning. Like a lot of other men, I went through a crisis in my middle and late 30s of cataclysmic force. On the surface, I seemed to have everything: health, energy, adventurous work, rewarding friendships, love affairs, travel, music, theater, but I was overwhelmed by a sense of mortality. The realization hit like a demolition crane that I was inevitably going to die. Not ordinary fear, but hyper-vivid, preternaturally powerful terror, as if facing a firing squad, engulfed by mind-numbing horror at oblivion. For several years, this was my normal mode of existence, a nightmare from which I could not awake because I was awake already. The experience changed my life permanently. It raised an urgent question about meaning. I craved that my life should have some. I was only too aware it might have none. Contingent, arbitrary, accidental, meaningless. Hunger for meaning does not entail that meaning exists. I felt existential terror, a horror of nothingness. In the eye of eternity, a human lifespan is barely a flicker. Once dead, forever. What can anything I do matter when I've gone down into complete nothingness? All value may be pretense for carrying on our little human game, like children dressing up. Institutions we created yet pretend are important, shutting out the black, endless night. I am biologically programmed to go on living, but the idea that it means anything may be pathetic self-delusion. An intellectually honest search cannot start from, what is the meaning of life? That presupposes answers to prior questions. Can there be such a thing? Can we find it? How should we seek it? In this frame of mind, I read or reread the central masterpieces of the great philosophers and those on philosophy's margins: Augustine, Pascal, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Tolstoy, then the mystics, Angelus Silesius most revelatory, then the Upanishads, New Testament, reflective Old Testament. It was a headlong, desperate search, scarcely intellectual, but practical, physical, almost animal, wolfing down whatever might help as if survival were at stake. What I read was among the most important prose there is. The emotional avidity rendered it of unique importance to me. Any summary would be jejune, like a music lover particularizing what great music means symphony by symphony. Two assumptions I could not avoid making: that I am part of whatever there is and must have a place in any account of reality, and that being human is fundamental to my nature, so the urgent questions present themselves in the first-person plural. What are we, and what happens when we die? Not what am I? In singular form, they lost their grip. In plural form, they had impersonal importance I could not deny. Willy-nilly, I found myself in a joint enterprise with thinkers across millennia, trying to understand the reality of which we are part. Living daily with Hume or Kant, I felt them closer than friends, lifelong companions, grist to my mill, shipmates cannier than I on a voyage of discovery. Scholars are waiters between cooks and gourmets. The basic drive is curiosity about the world, not interest in writings about writings. From the pre-Socratics to Plato and Aristotle, primitive orientation was religious, spirits in things and activities, and materialism, the idea that there are no spirits, is the advanced late arrival, not the starting point. Philosophy begins when dissent and critical discussion are allowed. Popper was right about that historical turn, even if the pre-Socratics are not its only instance. Thales, Anaximander. Anaximenes exhibit the two steps forward, one step back pattern that recurs across millennia. Newcomers should never assume their day's assumptions advance on what went before. I believe we live in a one-step back period relative to Kant Schopenhauer. Socrates rebelled against cosmological questions in favor of how ought we to live. Justice, courage, friendship, and was executed for corrupting the young. Plato continued in dialogues that soon became Plato's own philosophy. Early Socrates on moral questions. Later Plato, mapping the whole terrain. Whitehead called footnotes to Plato. Appearances versus timeless forms. Mathematical physics at the center. Incalculable influence on Christianity. Aristotle, his pupil, was the first and greatest natural empiricist, in love with experience, a one-man encyclopedia marking off the sciences, codifying logic for 2,000 years, the teacher of those who know. We possess only lecture notes, stodgy beside Plato's golden prose. Yet Aristotle and Kant are among the greatest never read by most intelligent people. Forlorn, but realistic. Reading the originals. Reading secondary accounts is inadequate. Fewer than 24 indisputably great Western philosophers exist. Anyone can read them in manageable time, yet professionals live in literature thousands of times bulkier. Something is fundamentally interactive about philosophy, dialogue, debate, so we only get a thinker by interacting with his work. Reading Dr. Aeon Plato puts us in contact with Dr. Not Plato. Traces of the birthing of ideas live in originals, sometimes groping where expositors are lucid because they did not have to have the ideas themselves. Hegel and Heidegger required commentators before I could return to the ore and extract gold. Yet even then originals were a different order. I reread the great philosophers rather than books about them. Time with secondary literature is life in the shallows, with the great philosopher's life in limitless ocean depths. Major misinterpretations often spread from absorbed, mistaken secondary views, as with the Tractatus in my day, or Schopenhauer later when I found nearly all commentators wrong on the same fundamental doctrine. Wittgenstein, read independently, was a different book from the one the literature described. Kant and the Hope Against Annihilation. Medieval philosophy was symbiotic with established religion. Augustine's Confessions and City of God remain essential. The first autobiography weaving self-criticism and profound philosophy, especially on time. My university study began with Descartes. In my 30s, I reread the greats, spending 6 weeks in Majorca with the critique of pure reason, sometimes 20 pages a day, sometimes a whole day on one page. No childhood dilemma, it does not illuminate. My earlier sketch of Kant on perception omitted imagination. To see movement, I must retain vivid past positions in the mind's eye and synthesize them, indispensable to any experience whatever. I read Kant in a non-religious search for salvation. Terror at inevitable death made me look for hope against total annihilation. Kant's ideality of time and space offered it, forms inextricable from experience, without purchase where experience does not obtain. Things in themselves are not in time or space. If all experiencing subjects perished, the empirical world would cease to, not continue without us. This doctrine legitimates components of Christian belief Kant held since pietist childhood before he philosophized, the empirical world evanescent, outside a timeless reality. He produced rational arguments for beliefs he already held, none the worse for that. Investigating presuppositions is central philosophy. Students find the conclusions hard though they know them from religion. Perhaps they associate such doctrines exclusively with faith. No argument proves its conclusion's truth, only that conclusions follow from premises. Kant identified the fundamental problems of experience more clearly than anyone. Schopenhauer met the challenge of improving on him most fully. I read Kant in search of hope against annihilation, and found in his ideality of time and space a rational counterpart to religious beliefs he had held since pietist childhood. None the worse for that, but not a final answer to the terror mortality had planted in me. Mortality crisis, hypervivid terror of oblivion. Meaning may be absent despite hunger for it. Plural questions. What are we, not what am I? Philosophers as shipmates, not scholars. Kant reread. Imagination and perception. Ideality of time/space versus annihilation. Pietist presuppositions. Schopenhauer's challenge. Quote, "For several years this was my normal mode of existence, a nightmare from which it was impossible to awake because I was awake already." Quote, "The basic drive behind real philosophy is curiosity about the world, not interest in the writings of philosophers. Each of us emerges from the pre-consciousness of babyhood and simply finds himself here, in the world." Quote, "Almost overwhelmed by terror at the prospect of inevitable death, I was looking for some shred of hope that I might not be totally and forever annihilated, and that the world and my existence in it might not be meaningless and pointless." Midlife crisis. I must not give the impression that in my terror of oblivion my gaze was fixed chiefly on books. I did not expect to read my way out of my death sentence. For most of the time, I was racked with unliterary and unintellectual thoughts about the direct realities of my situation, that my death was inevitable, that there had never been a time when this was not so, that death, for all I know, might be total oblivion, eternal or timeless nothingness, that compared with an eternity of nothingness the length of a human lifetime was not even the twinkling of an eye, that if I was about to be swallowed up by an everlasting void, nothing I did was of the slightest significance, whether I went on to write great books or become foreign secretary or prove a failure at everything, that could make no difference when I died and would have made no difference if I had never been born, that there was no meaning in any of it, no point in any of it, and that in the end everything was nothing. There are contemplatives who would agree with all this and view it with calmness and serenity. I have never been one of them. I was terror-stricken. I felt like someone standing on the gallows with a noose around his neck, or facing a firing squad, on the point of being flung into eternal night. I raged against it with the whole of my being, and the impossibility of doing anything about it came close to sending me off my head with frustration and panic. I used to look at people going about their normal lives with everyday cheerfulness and think, how can they? They're like passengers on the Titanic, except that these people know already that they're headed for total and irremediable shipwreck. In my London club, I would look at middle-aged and elderly members enjoying their lunch, telling jokes, laughing, their eyes sparkling with pleasure, and think, in a short time now, they'll be dead, all of them, and what's more, they know it. Don't they care? I was baffled that almost all human beings knew what was in store for them, yet lived as if it were not so, or as if they were perfectly happy about it. Above all, I was baffled that the middle-aged, who were so close to death, tended to be even more cheerful than the young. In some of my moods, they seemed to me like lunatics chuckling dementedly while the asylum burnt down. Values, art, and the shift inward. Under the influence of these thoughts, my values went through sea changes. Everything limited to this life, and this world came to appear insignificant. Only what might possibly point beyond them, beauty, sex, morality, integrity, metaphysical understanding, could even possibly be worth anything. When it hit me in this direct, overwhelming way, it was not a theoretical conclusion, but something felt, lived, acted on. Only in intimate relationships, the privacy of one's own self, experiences of art, and attempts to understand things could there be any value. Success and fame were worse than nothing, because anyone pursuing them was actively throwing his life away. Politics, business, and the professions were in themselves nothing. The daily life and work of the world, just meaningless vanity. Even on their own terms, the politics and business of the world were absurdly evanescent. One week's financial crisis forgotten in 6 months, replaced by a rail strike, then a corruption scandal, then a crime wave, then a tax furor. People immersed in this stream of ever-changing events were filling their minds with ephemera and trivia. What people in electronics mean by noise. Time spent listening to great music, seeing great plays, or thinking about issues of lasting importance was not in this category. If I spent an evening listening to Mahler's Third Symphony, that symphony was still going to matter to me in 6 months, or 10 years, or 30. Great art metabolized into my living tissue and became a permanent part of me, nourishing me more richly with every year that passed. This change involved a big shift in my attitude to thought systems. Those that treated political, social, or historical levels of explanation as fundamental now seemed to me to be treating externals and surfaces as if they were foundations. Marxism had a complete explanation of the arts in terms of political power and economic interests, and this seemed to me a grotesque attempt to explain the greater in terms of the less. I know from observation that a large number of people, at least men, go through experiences in middle life not unlike mine, borne out by terms such as metanoia, midlife crisis, male menopause, and by the lives of creative artists who turn from worldly success towards inwardness and the otherworldly. As applied to myself, I had these feelings not only as a producer of work, but as a consumer. I lost patience with the shallowness of most artistic productions and most socially aware comment on the arts. In order to spend as much time as possible with what I now cared about most, I shifted the focus of my paid work. First from news and current affairs to the crises of personal life, then to the arts, launching the first regular art series on commercial television and following it with a related series on BBC Radio. I became theater critic of The Listener and reviewed recordings for the Musical Times. I abandoned the idea of becoming a member of Parliament. The center of gravity of my life shifted from the public to the private, from the impersonal to the personal. Many of my friends saw me as falling out of life's race. The truth is that I no longer regarded the considerations they cared about as mattering. Perhaps I should stress that all this was not primarily an intellectual experience, and was in no sense whatever a reading experience. It was an existential experience, one long permanent state of mental and emotional crisis, in which I came many times near to breakdown. It was from this state that I came to my reading. False values, existentialism, and Nietzsche. The world is governed by false values. People set their hearts on getting on in the world, being thought highly of, being powerful, acquiring money and possessions. But none of these things have any serious relationship to merit. None will protect a person from serious illness or personal tragedy, let alone from death, and none can be taken out of this world. The things that really matter in human beings are things that can matter more than life itself. Loving and being loved, devotion to truth, integrity, courage, compassion. In the Hindu and Buddhist scriptures, in the Old and New Testaments, and almost everywhere I looked in the works of prophets and mystics, some such message was to be found. Yet the moment people leave the theater or close the book, they revert. And if one of them sacrifices his interest to someone else's, tells the truth to his own disadvantage, or declines to be sycophantic to power, the others remonstrate with him and tell him not to be a fool. Another body of writing to which I found myself unusually responsive was that of humanist existentialism. 3 things in particular attracted me. First, I had always believed that the most important questions in philosophy concern not knowledge, but existence. Can it be explained that anything exists at all? What is the nature of our existence? Will we cease to exist when we die? Analytic philosophy never asked these questions. It offered complacent reasons why they were not permissible and laughingly dismissed anyone who asked them. Second, existentialists began with direct knowledge of one's own existence from inside, a phenomenological analysis I had been given to doing since childhood, albeit unsystematically. Heidegger's Being in Time, appallingly difficult to read, demonstrates that even our apparently unitary conscious self-awareness must contain separable ingredients: worldishness, time, and involvedness, digging down below what had hitherto been taken as the basement level of experience, as Kant also does in his different way. Sartre was a misunderstander and distorter of Heidegger, mixing him with adulterations of Descartes and Marx. Brilliant journalism, not satisfactory philosophy. Third, my involvement with existentialism led me back to Nietzsche. At Oxford, I had been instructed ex cathedra that Nietzsche was not a philosopher. Only now did I realize that outside the English-speaking world, he was the most influential philosopher since Marx. Just as Kant identified the fundamental problem of experience, so Nietzsche did something similar with morality and values. And, as in Kant's case, his claim on our attention rests not primarily on his positive doctrines, but on his having posed the fundamental problem in such a radical way that it can never again be ignored. The Nazis seized on him and proclaimed him their philosophical godfather. But Nietzsche's doctrines had nothing to do with race or nationalism. His very last published sentence was, "I am just having all anti-Semites shot." His challenge to us to reevaluate our values and find a foundation for them in which we genuinely believe stands. And, as Schopenhauer put it, to preach morality is easy, but to provide a foundation for it is hard. When a great philosopher's positive doctrines are rebutted, there are always people who slide into the mistake of thinking he has been disposed of. Chomsky's devastating criticism of the traditional view of language acquisition stands even though his own positive account has not withstood criticism. We remain under challenge to find an alternative. The midlife crisis was for me some sort of meltdown. Philosophy and the arts, my friendships and my sex life, all were felt by me as joint components of a unitary life focused for the first time on a single point. Mahler, Shakespeare, Wagner, and Derek Cook. In a vividly present and immediate way, great music, great theater, and great philosophy seem to be articulating something to do with the same thing: the question of life's meaning. I came to feel that the most characteristic distillation of the existentialist experience was to be found not in the writings of any philosopher, nor in the plays of Sartre, but in the symphonies of Mahler, as if Mahler had buttonholed me personally. I was present at the first fully professional public performance of Mahler's Third Symphony in Britain in 1961, and found it a life-changing experience. Among other things, they led me to the discovery of Shostakovich. In the theater, all of Shakespeare's greatest plays are, on one level, about the significance of life as a whole, communicating with an almost painful directness, not so much through the words as through the inner life of the play, something within or behind the play that the play puts us in touch with. The words are spells that help to conjure up this magic, but they are not the magic itself. Ibsen, Chekhov, and Pirandello could also distill this unverbalizable essence. My strongest particular passion in the arts has always been my love of Wagner, stronger even than my love of Shakespeare. During my second visit to Bayreuth, when I was 30, the realization crystallized that Wagner's mature works are, in the profoundest sense, psychodramas. What sets Wagner and Shakespeare apart is that they deal with everything, confront the totality of human experience. Wagner's work is not aspirational, but cognitive truth-telling. He tells it like it is, down to emotions we disown. Derek Cook's knowledge of Wagner was prodigious. He carried in the front of his mind a year-by-year, sometimes week-by-week biography, and was the only person I have ever known who seemed to see precisely what Wagner was doing at every moment. His plan was a 4-volume book on the Ring, Alas, at 57 he died of a stroke, leaving only the fragment, "I saw the world end." Yet Derek was not an intellectual. Conceptual thinking was not in his line. He was an object lesson in some of the realities of thinking without language. Existential terror, oblivion as firing squad, bafflement at everyday cheerfulness in the face of death. False values, tinsel of worldly success versus love, integrity, and truth recognized across religions. Arts as meaning, Mahler, Shakespeare, Wagner as cognitive truth-telling beyond Marxist externals. Nietzsche's challenge, permanent questions about value survive rejected answers. Chomsky parallel. Quote, "I was terror-stricken by these thoughts. I felt like someone standing on the gallows with a noose around his neck and the trapdoor under his feet about to open, or like someone facing a firing squad. I was on the point of being flung into eternal night." Quote, "The difference is only that they have nothing to be silent about." Positivism holds, and this is its essence, that what we can speak about is all that matters in life. Whereas Wittgenstein passionately believes that all that really matters in human life is precisely what, in his view, we must be silent about. Quote, "Not merely philosophy, but also the fine arts work at bottom towards the solution of the problem of existence. Every genuine and successful work of art answers this question in its own way." A philosophical novel. Ever since I was taught as a child that our ration of life is 80 years and 10, I have felt that if someone dies before the age of 70, he is being cheated, whereas if he lives beyond 70, he is being given a bonus. Once past 35, I felt I was into the second half of my life. For most of the time, I had come to feel that this life was meaningless and pointless. But during the intervals when it seemed to mean something, I was deeply dissatisfied with what I had done with mine up to that point. By conventional standards, I had not been wasting my time. 8 books published, 2 parliamentary candidacies, years on peak hour television, recognized in the street, asked for my autograph. But none of this had any value for me. I regarded my latest books as journalism in stiff covers, dictated, not properly written. Television I had always thought of as a superficial medium. I was not achieving anything I myself valued, and began to feel something of a fraud, while known for being well known. After trying in vain to remedy the situation by devoting my media activities to more worthwhile subjects, I concluded that the only thing to do was give them up altogether. The money in the bank would keep me for at least a year. So I turned my back, as I thought, permanently, on the media world, the Middle East, music, and the novel's genesis. I wanted to write a novel, but did not know what novel. I spent 6 weeks wandering around part of the Middle East, Beirut, Crusader castles, Jerusalem, Baalbek, Damascus, Jerash, the Dead Sea, Cairo, reading the New Testament in a new English translation that enabled me to read it almost as if it were any book. What came through most strongly was the radically different character of Jesus' moral teaching. Other moralists put forward rules. Jesus is saying that rules are not what morality is about. You will not win any special favors from God by being virtuous. He loves sinners just as much as he loves you. Only if you are good when it is not rewarded is your behavior morally admirable. Love matters above everything else, the ultimate reality, the true nature of existence. Jesus was also, although for some reason this is scarcely ever said, a profound psychologist, perhaps the most remarkable moralist there has ever been, a genius like Socrates. While I got back to England, I devoted myself full-time to music for 3 unforgettable months, continuing private lessons in harmony and counterpoint with Anthony Milner while giving myself up to unguided composition, mostly songs. They reconfirmed that I had a flair for writing tunes, not great ones, alas, but whistleable ones. Those I composed were faulty in a way I could not correct. They were sentimental, tuneful, yes, even memorable sometimes, but inclined to mushiness, rather like Victorian parlor ballads or Richard Strauss on a bad day. I found it impossible to remove the sentimentality without removing the music. Rarely have I found the process of work itself so absorbing. I learned that I did not have it in me to be a composer of any distinction. But the experience cleared my mind and what I wanted to write came to me, a novel about a young man facing death. Facing death, construction, illusion, and purpose. The novel, Facing Death, was inspired by something that had happened to people I knew. A young man with Hodgkin's disease, doctors telling the truth to his mother, but not to him, his falling in love and intending to marry, the mother telling the girl, but not him, the girl's decision whether to go ahead. But the characters in the book are not remotely like the real people. Only the mother drew anything from a real-life counterpart, and one doctor who never met the real couple. The central character, John, is about to die. I wanted him immersed in the everyday, then very slowly, like peeling away the skins of an onion, to make the journey from outer world to inner self, reflective thought, then artistic experience, then personal relationships. I made him a professional journalist in love with his job, with a training in philosophy that would largely exclude knowledge of the great philosophers, a PP graduate of Oxford. To bring out that in facing death, he was in the same situation as everybody else, I wanted an English name as near as I could get to every man, John Smith. But each of us is also a unique human being. So I made him a peer. John Smith became also John Winterbourne, which had great side effect for the social surface of the novel. The plot was constructed with a medical consultant to the story, the chief consultant for Hodgkin's disease at a London teaching hospital. At every stage, I would confer about the possible next step. I would choose whichever course best suited the story and the developing relationships. When readers asked, who did this actually happen to? I would look at them blankly. Where the central characters do make real-life contact with me, it is at a subterranean level. I do not perceive something and then write fiction about it. I write fiction in order to achieve insight and understanding. The writing brings them about. In the case of Facing Death, I found myself writing out of the very depths of my own need to come to terms with death, to live through the process of dying as unevasively as it is possible to do in imagination, and in the innards of that engulfment to ask, given the inevitability of all this, what point is there in life? Philosophy's Limits and the radio series. Within the novel, I push to its limits my ability to pin down the level of ultimate significance in life. Consciousness, interpersonal relationships, parenthood, work, art, contemplative thinking. Each path petered out into frustration. None offered a significance self-sufficient in the face of death. Both leading male characters had studied philosophy at Oxford. Both find it not of any real use when they confront fundamental questions. Keir formulates his disagreement with John. You thought the techniques of Oxford philosophy constituted a marvelous toolkit, but that philosophers were using it for trivial tasks. I thought the tools themselves were the wrong tools, and that the right tasks couldn't be done with them. When I finished the first draft, my overwhelming desire was to reread, from the perspectives I had now reached, the philosophy I had studied nearly 20 years earlier at Oxford. But I had a financial problem. Savings gone. How could I keep myself for a year while reading philosophy without constantly being taken away by the need to earn money? Answer: be paid to do the reading. I proposed to the BBC a long broadcast series about British philosophy in mid-20th century. Conversations with philosophers, 13 45-minute programs, complete control of making every task carried out by myself. George Macbeth was nominal producer, but held not a single conversation about content. The aim was to introduce listeners to recent British philosophy, with background on Russell, Moore, Austin, and Wittgenstein, and interviews with Bernard Williams on moral philosophy, Alastair MacIntyre on political philosophy, Ninian Smart on philosophy of religion, Richard Woolheim on aesthetics, and finally Eyre, Ryle, Strawson, and Popper expounding their own ideas. When the tapes were completed, I turned them into a book, Modern British Philosophy, asking contributors to revise their transcripts for publication, improving them to the fullest extent while preserving conversational tone. I joined the Aristotelian Society and the Royal Institute of Philosophy, attended joint sessions, and found that academic philosophers' most powerful concern was not the content of the programs, but who had been invited, who was going to get the call, who was being passed over. The whole Oxford philosophy community was a buzz. When I tried to explain that I had simply sought whoever would best help each program, My words were received with undisguised disbelief. One simple truth this brought home was that philosophy was in the state it was in, at least partly because philosophers, by and large, were the sort of people they were. My own view was that I had given the best analytic philosophers unlimited rope, and they had hanged themselves. Throughout the ages, philosophy had been pursued as an attempt to understand the world, experience life, and ourselves. Analytic philosophers pooh-poohed all that. The series set this against Russell, the early Wittgenstein, and Popper, but listeners were entranced by the skill and stylishness of people like Aaron Williams, content to regard the content as above their heads while they relished the pyrotechnics. Only Kathleen Knott saw it as I did. The book had a reasonable life. Students made prodigious use of it because the conversational form rendered it accessible. And it was with this series that my name became known in the world of philosophy. Turning from celebrity, media abandoned for novel, Jesus' morality of unconditional love encountered in the Middle East. Fiction as inquiry, characters built from plot needs, readers' inability to grasp invention, writing to confront death imaginatively. Oxford Tools, Keir's verdict on wrong tools for wrong tasks. Radio series born from need to be paid to reread philosophy. Analytic exposure, brilliance admired, triviality unheeded, philosophers caring chiefly about who was invited. Quote, I turned my back, as I thought permanently, on the media world. Quote, you thought the techniques of Oxford philosophy constituted a marvelous toolkit, but that philosophers were using it for trivial tasks. I thought the tools themselves were the wrong tools, and that the right tasks couldn't be done with them. Quote, when I tried to explain that this was not how it was at all, and that all I had tried to do was find out who would best help in making each program, without it even entering my head that this would be seen as a feather in his cap, my words were often so much at odds with the values that motivated the speaker that he would receive them with undisguised disbelief. Groves of Academe. Between leaving Yale at 26 and teaching philosophy at Balliol when I was 40, I had no direct connection with Academe, though I had close friends who were academics. When I returned to Oxford to teach, I bumped into friendly acquaintances I had known as undergraduates who had stayed on. When I remarked to Freddie Eyre that meeting them reassured me about having spent the intervening years as I had rather than as they had, he said one would have to be out of one's mind to think anything else. Yet on getting to know some of my old friends better, I discovered that their apparent complacency was more often than not protective coloring, and that underneath lay a good deal of self-doubt. Widespread was the feeling that outside the university was a real world they had never entered. I had shared these attitudes before leaving academe myself, but no longer had them. The world of university life was just as real as politics, business, or the media, and certainly as worthwhile. Where it fell short was in the narrowness of its horizons. The supreme fault of academe lies not in its unreality, which I do not believe in, but in its littleness. There is always, somehow, something of Lilliput about it. Academics seem generally to live in a reduced world, and it is their own apprehension of this that gives rise to the feeling that real life is going on somewhere else. Yet their alienation is self-imposed. At a party in Oxford, nearly everyone is university. In London, there will be politicians, businessmen, lawyers, diplomats, authors, actors, musicians, and academics too. Interesting people in each category live around Oxford and Cambridge, but few are welcomed into the social world of the university. Dons often feel slightly ill at ease with them. A small minority of Dons transcended these limitations. Active social lives in London, boards of national arts institutions, government committees, broadcasting, political party work. But their colleagues resented it, complaining they were spreading themselves too thin or publicity seekers. I was struck by how often academics in middle and old age would confess, usually with embarrassment, that the part of their lives they had most enjoyed was the Second World War, a liberation. Freddie Eyre once said to me out of the blue, "Do you think I ought to have been a judge?" Peter Strawson wished he could have been a poet. Iris Murdoch gave up philosophy to become a full-time novelist. Mary Warnock said publicly that if she had her life over again, she would go into business or advertising. Philosophy dons remarked that the cleverest pupils they had ever taught had gone into non-academic walks of life, referred to with envy. Spinoza and Leibniz refused professorships. Nietzsche left academe. Descartes preferred men of affairs. Hume left philosophy for history and diplomacy. Russell was dogged by feeling he ought to have been in politics or science. Wittgenstein was brought back to philosophy only reluctantly. Academic life had not been sufficiently attractive to most of the best philosophers. I found myself beginning to share this attitude. A life lived full-time in academe seemed uncomfortably confining, even for someone of Karl Popper's gifts, whose personality had become unduly narrow since he gave up the range of activities of his youth. When I expressed these thoughts tentatively to colleagues, they often surprised me by the vigor with which they agreed. I did not want to become a full-time academic, yet I had developed serious academic interests and welcomed having one foot in the academic world, teaching only occasionally in subjects of my own choosing, sustaining long-term relationships without being wholly part of them. Teaching at Balliol. During that early spell at Balliol, I had to teach whatever was required: philosophy of science, philosophy of mind, philosophical logic, Mill's utilitarianism, Russell's The Problems of Philosophy, and the history of philosophy from Descartes through Hume. Far and away the most valuable thing was that it made me read or reread what I was teaching. I made a private rule never to ask a pupil to read a book I had not read myself. The examination system appalled me. First-class degrees went to students with the mentality of high-grade civil servants, while many who thought for themselves got seconds. John Hicks, later Nobel laureate in economics, and Peter Strawson had been given seconds. W. H. Auden, Graham Greene, Evelyn Waugh, Robert Graves, Anthony Powell, William Golding, none had firsts, half got thirds. The head of one college said to me, "I understand why we're teaching the students, but I don't understand why we're examining them." The aspect from which I derived most satisfaction was the pastoral side. Some students had serious personal difficulties. A little gentle questioning would bring the trouble tumbling out. There were 2 or 3 for whom I did more in this way than any teaching could have given them. The pupils who interested me most were the most and the least able, both calling for special treatment. With the run-of-the-mill students, I made the interesting discovery that ability to do philosophy was not directly related to intelligence. Like being musical, some of the most intelligent were tone-deaf to philosophy, while others less intelligent were getting a tune out of it. I enjoyed the life of the senior common room. I like London clubs for the same reason. Personal freedom without isolation. If you want to be left alone, you can be. Congenial company is always there when you want it. A senior common room contains specialists, and among them almost bound to be some with wider horizons. Interesting conversation at meals, drinking companions late into the night. You may find yourself discussing Russian novels with someone who knows them in Russian, or metaphysics with a scientist. Week in, week out, it enriches the soil of your mental life. Students tend to take a student-centered view of what a university is for a top-dressing of dons to teach them. If you become a senior member, you see it differently. Thousands of colleagues writing books and doing original work, many with international reputations, running large-scale institutions with budgets of millions. At the bottom of a pyramidal structure are the students, a perpetual flow through the bottom level, evanescent as individuals. Your own work goes on all year round. The more creative you are, the less teaching you want to do. The most eminent teach only graduate students, a source of constant complaint from brighter undergraduates. At Oxford, the university began as a community of scholars. Students came subsequently. Many observers believe it is slowly becoming a research institution which candidates must have a degree to enter. Lilliput of academe. Unreality less the fault than littleness. Self-imposed alienation from the real world. Roads not taken. Ere the judge, Strawson the poet. War as liberation. Greatest philosophers often outside academe. Examination perversity. First to civil servants, seconds to originals. Hicks, Strawson, Auden, Greene, Waugh. SCR nourishment. Clubs and common rooms as freedom without isolation. Teaching as rereading classics. Quote, Where it fell short of the others was in the narrowness of its horizons. The supreme fault of academe lies not in its unreality, which I do not believe in, but in its littleness. There is always, somehow, something of Lilliput about it. Quote, the head of one of the colleges once said to me, I understand why we're teaching the students, but I don't understand why we're examining them. Quote, with those I made the interesting discovery that their ability to do philosophy was not directly related to intelligence. In this respect, it was like, say, being musical. Some of the most intelligent ones were tone-deaf to philosophy. In praise of popularization, my period as a philosophy don at Oxford occurred at a time of rare intellectual ferment in society at large. Advances in cosmology were overturning established conceptions of the universe. The incompatibility of relativity theory and quantum physics remained an enigma cutting to the heart of empirical reality. The life sciences were undergoing transformation. Historians were rebelling against tracing only one small part of any social group. Sociology was the fastest-growing academic discipline in Britain. Keynesian economics was in crisis. Environmental concerns were organizing effectively for the first time. Censorship shackles had recently been thrown off. The young were behaving like a liberated population. Altogether, the late 1960s and early 1970s constituted an exceptional period in which big, fundamental ideas were questioned, overthrown, replaced. But you would have tried in vain to engage most of the people teaching philosophy in the Oxford of 1970 in an interest in most of those things. Paradoxically, there was more awareness of these great new waves among intelligent people outside the universities than among professional philosophers. This was reflected in a new demand for intellectually serious but non-technical exposition. Books of high-level popularization by distinguished professionals became a recognized publishing category. Cross-cultural journals like the New York Review of Books flourished. The Modern Masters series aimed at introductions to recent thinkers who had influenced modern life. My radio series conversations with philosophers and the book Modern British Philosophy could be seen as part of all this, and it made a reputation for me as someone who could make successful broadcast programs out of abstract ideas. Something to say in the radical right. The first thing I did on ceasing to teach at Oxford was to present a long series of discussion programs on television, which, in some ways, I still regard as the best thing I have done in that medium. Up to that time, there had never really been any serious discussion of ideas on British television. In programs like Brains Trust, each participant spoke for only a couple of minutes about each topic. Nothing intellectually serious was ever sustained. Because all discussion was so brief, most of it was carried on by broadcasters who knew only how to make it attractive at that level. Karl Popper and Isaiah Berlin were seen on television either very little or not at all. I challenged this with something to say. In each program, a single issue debated between two high-caliber opponents for an hour, with me as self-effacing chairman. It was high risk. If a subject failed to retain interest, the program would collapse like a cold souffle. I made 39 such programs between February 1972 and August 1973. Marcuse and Raymond Aron confronted one another on whether communism was compatible with democracy. Hayek debated socialism with Bernard Crick. Galbraith confronted Anthony Crossland over economic growth. Isaiah Berlin argued with Stuart Hampshire about nationalism. Skinner discussed free will. Monod and Eccles disputed the human soul. Eyre and a Roman Catholic bishop disputed God. Behind the scenes, the contribution of the producer Udi Eichler was equal to mine. Thames Television refused permission to turn the best into a book. Most of the tapes have now been wiped. Good chairmanship consists in raising the right questions in the right order. But before anyone can know what the most important questions are, he needs a grasp of the issues. My working method was tutorial in character. Study a subject, seek out experts, do the reading, discuss with them, then find who would say what most needed to be said most effectively on television. It was rare for me to ask a question to which I did not already know the answer. Eichler set special store on a contributor's being involved existentially in what he was saying, the psychological warmth of a discussion, not just its verbalizable content. For the first time in my life, I came seriously up against a fourth political position, the radical right, argued by Hayek, Alan Walters, Keith Joseph, Enoch Powell, and others. Roughly, the status quo was unacceptable, but liberal or socialist reform would make matters worse. What was needed was less government intervention, more freedom for the individual, equality of opportunity combined with rejection of equality of outcomes. Neither then, nor subsequently, was I converted. But I found its critique of the established alternatives dauntingly impressive, especially its critique of my own position. I came to view the radical right as representing the strongest alternative to my own, the case I had to answer. Three things added to its power: intellectual honesty and down-to-earth common sense. Genuine populism, closer to ordinary people's views than socialists had ever achieved, and living examples in the United States, which since Yale I had believed the obvious choice for a grown-up arriving on planet Earth without ties. The chief reason I did not go along with the positive program was that the degree of economic libertarianism advocated would create a free-for-all in which many millions, the sick, the meek, the unintelligent, the old and lonely, would come off badly. National defense, intellectual and artistic life, great universities, these cannot be left to market forces without shipwreck. Even so, the cogency of the radical right critique of centralized planning represented a seismic shift. I had hitherto favored transparent public management of a largely privately owned economy, democratic socialism on the Swedish model, working on something to say help trigger a reappraisal in a social market direction. When Thatcher came to power, I developed the habit of saying I believed in Thatcherism plus welfare. The Popper book and writing from conviction. This rethinking was fed by systematic rereading of Popper's oeuvre while I wrote a short book for Frank Kermode's Modern Master series. Collins and Viking nearly aborted it because nobody had heard of Popper. Kermode protested that the series must carry titles chosen on merit, not sales potential alone. I wrote it at the same time as Something to Say. When published in April 1973, it immediately became the best-selling book in the series. Viking rewrote the manuscript in Quasi-Time magazine style. I insisted they change it all back. The unexpected success taught me that a wide readership existed outside the universities for substantial ideas from a living philosopher, cutting across academic assumptions that philosophy had become too professionalized for non-specialists. Popper believed philosophers had a moral duty to deal with important problems as clearly as possible. If he could write with such clarity in a language not his own, lesser figures could not claim tortuous prose was unavoidable. When university-trained friends asked whether they ought to read fashionable academic books X or Y, my honest answer in most cases was, it doesn't matter. It won't make any difference to your life. Popper's philosophy changed lives. Most analytic philosophy could be no more than an intellectual pastime for non-professionals. The success also taught me that if you write something your heart is in, it is more likely to be well received than something you expected to be more popular, but wrote without the same commitment. I had written Popper expecting scarcely any attention, a labor of love. Half a dozen years earlier, I had dictated books on homosexuality and television expecting money. They had earned far less. I discovered that Popper was a great deal more known about than known, especially among professional philosophers. Many who claimed to have read the logic of scientific discovery voiced elementary misunderstandings of falsifiability that Popper had anticipated and corrected in the book itself. A corporate attitude had developed. Popper belonged to the history of the subject, known by osmosis. Everybody knew he stood for falsifiability and anti-inductivism, and everybody knew why his formulations were mistaken, asserted with assurance by people who had clearly not read the work. I developed sympathy for his impatient anger at reiterated low-level criticism. Popper addresses himself always to a problem, not a topic, analyses it, considers solutions proposed by others, criticizes appreciatively, then puts forward his own. His writing is rich in subject matter, ideas, argument, and reference, clear, vigorous English. Yet most of his work remains unknown to most professional philosophers, who justify not reading later works with the assertion that Popper merely repeats himself. A fascinating example of believing that what one thinks one knows is all there is. The intellectual loss is serious. The work of the greatest recent philosopher is not being built on. If I had to choose a single word to describe Popper's work, it would be rich. Ferment versus Oxford isolation. Cosmology, sociology, permissiveness, philosophy dawns indifferent to the intellectual tide. Something to say, hour-long debates by major thinkers, tutorial preparation, radical right critique as strongest challenge. Thatcherism plus welfare. Social market turn without accepting libertarian free-for-all. Popper popularized labor of love outselling calculated books, known about not known, clarity as professional ethics. Quote, but you would have tried in vain to engage most of the people teaching philosophy in the Oxford of 1970 in an interest in most of those things. Quote, for the first time on television, really big issues were debated at serious length by big intellectual figures. Quote, in a vivid way, it brought home the fact that if you write something your heart is in, it is more likely to be well received than something you might have expected to be more popular but have written without the same commitment. The limits of philosophy. When I had finished my book on Popper and the television series Something to Say had run its course, I felt it something of a dead in myself. Facing death had assuaged at least the worst of my midlife crisis and carried me as far in my understanding of the human condition as I could then see how to go. But I remained baffled by existence and at a loss to understand how any further insight could be gained. I had no idea which direction to move in or what to do, and I found that situation almost intolerably frustrating. I had entered my 40s. They were to prove the happiest and most fruitful decade of my life, but I did not know that when I embarked on them. What I chiefly saw was that I was no longer young, that middle age and then old age confronted me directly, and that I had reached this point without achieving anything like the understanding of life for which I hoped, longed, and searched. On the surface, I was still doing tolerably well. Several well-reviewed books, an enjoyable living as a broadcaster. Beneath the surface, I felt hollow and unsatisfied. I did not want to be a broadcaster, though financial inducements were offered. When I reviewed my situation, I seemed to have come to a dead end on all paths simultaneously. In philosophy, too, I had come up against walls in more directions than one. Kant had provided me with an understanding of the limits of knowability now built into my whole outlook. There was a great deal wrong with Kant, and some of the defects were large-scale, but some sort of corrective version of his analysis of basic problems of experience must, I thought, be valid, and the very fact that many of his proposed solutions failed to convince me meant that the problems as he posed them still stared me in the face. Tolstoy's phrase about genuine philosophy, whose task is to answer Kant's questions, seemed precisely right. I had still not read any philosopher who dealt with those questions to my satisfaction, and it did not occur to me to imagine that I had the ability to produce viable answers myself. Several philosophers since Kant had made worthwhile contributions, but their work found its place within his delineation of the bounds of sense. None that I knew of had pushed those boundaries back. I could labor in the field of the knowable and do interesting work, but at the end of the day, I would have made no contribution to the most important question of all. Nor could I see any living philosopher likely to carry out the job. I tried to persuade Popper to address himself to it, but he was not to be tempted, not because he needed persuading of the centrality of the fundamental canon questions, but because he was at a loss what to say in answer to them, and adhered closely to a rule of not writing unless he had something to say and knew what it was. As far as I was concerned, there was no one else around whose caliber was comparable with his. And in any case, none of the ablest philosophers elsewhere that I knew, or knew of, had his openness to the questions. My reevaluation of the tradition in which I had been trained, now published as Modern British Philosophy, had reconfirmed my conviction of its bankruptcy. American philosophy was more substantial than British, more rich and varied. But even the best American philosophers seemed limited to an analytic approach, and I knew that the problems to which they were addressing themselves could not be solved by that means alone. Such continental philosophy, as I knew, seemed soft-centered and self-indulgent, in positive need, actually, of a bit of analytic self-discipline. Much of it was little more than rambles round Marx and Freud. Sartre seemed clever and attractive, but essentially journalistic, and many of his underlying assumptions repellent, not least his persistent apologist role for communist totalitarianism. Perhaps what was needed was a philosopher who addressed Kant's questions with the disciplines of the empirical and analytic traditions without being limited to them. One who would give the arts a place near the center of his considerations, and who would take seriously the metaphysics of sex. Any such thoughts were light years away from what analytic philosophers were publishing in those days. I felt rather as someone might who had come on the scene between Hume and Kant, feeling Hume's challenges compelling but unable to come up with Kant's solutions, waiting for the next philosopher big enough to change the shape of the questions. I did not for one instant believe that great philosophy had come to an end, as some were saying. But 2,000 years had elapsed between Aristotle and Kant, so presumably it might be another 2,000 years before the next figure of comparable caliber. Meanwhile, my life was running its course, and I might be compelled in practice to live as if philosophy had come to an end for me. Inevitably, I began to look outside philosophy. Music and theater had always played a more important role in my life than philosophy, so perhaps it was natural that I should look to them first, especially as among the experiences I gained from them were intimations of something outside the empirical world, something timeless in which time was set. This was not an as-if experience, but an experience of there being something else, something timeless and universal to which this world related. A good performance of a great work unfolds sub specie eternitatis, and once I was absorbed in such a performance, I was altogether outside myself, lost. Supremely great art, like that of Shakespeare, Wagner, or Mozart, renders this a permanent dimension of my life. I wondered whether, through art, I might continue to explore and push back the limits of the knowable. The trouble was that I was doing that already. I had been marinating in music and theater since boyhood. Most days I would work throughout the morning and afternoon, and then go in the evening to a theater, concert, or opera. In a normal week, something like 5 live performances, sometimes more. My favorite way of being with friends was to go with them to a performance and then have a meal afterwards, communing into the early hours. I would not have dreamt of trading this for any career that required living outside central London or getting up at a conventional hour. But because I was so passionately immersed in this way of life, my consumption was already as great as I could absorb. I do not believe anyone could have loved music and drama more, and I was getting as much out of them as my capacities allowed. Study of drama and music alongside live performance would be not an artistic, but a conceptual and intellectual activity. Reading great literature about being in love cannot deepen one's love for the person one is in love with. There is something notoriously inauthentic about a love nourished by literature. The key analogies with the arts all hold. The creation of and response to authentic art are not activities of the conceptualizing intellect, and are not to be significantly furthered by an increase in intellectual understanding. The only remaining direction in which I could think to look was religion. My attitudes had tended to fall somewhere between the indifferent and the unsympathetic. Religious belief had always seemed evasive, pretending that we were not really as ignorant as all that, in possession of quasi-knowledge we could take comfort in. I regarded religion as a cop-out, and without thinking of myself as courageous, on the contrary. I had been driven to the edges of mental illness, even suicide, by metaphysical terror. I thought of religion as cowardly. People who relapsed into it abandoned the search for truth. Yet I knew that people of the highest intelligence had held religious beliefs. Augustine, Tolstoy, perhaps Wittgenstein. In both of the last two cases, it was only because philosophy was found wanting that religion was even considered. Perhaps I was now at the right point in my own life to find something in religion that I had not been able to see before. I devised a series for London weekend television called Argument, in the ITV God slot. Each program an argument between me and one other person, with no chairman. With Cardinal Heenan, I argued about whether the existence of God can be proved, with the Archbishop of Canterbury about church and state, with Enoch Powell that his Christian faith ought to commit him to the politics of welfare. The best was the one with Heenan, a paradigm debate that could have been set before university students on both sides of an argument thousands of years old. When I tried years later to get a tape, I was told the entire series had been wiped. Powell had the good sense to make his own transcript, published in Wrestling with the Angel. Apart from that, the series disappeared without trace. As usual, the programs were primarily a means. I set them up so that I could work at religious studies. On a series like Argument, I would work full-time for several months, most of it in libraries. On each of my subsequent 15-part series on philosophy, I worked for 2.5 years, then another 6 months turning the programs into books. Of that total, an aggregate of 4.5 years must have been spent in solitary study. Paradoxically, because I was not in the usual sense a professional philosopher, I was able to devote more time to the study of philosophy than all but a handful of professionals, and was freer than they to choose what I studied. There's a world of difference between reading in response to genuine need and keeping up with what is going on. The notion that what is going on now is superior to what was going on in the past is nonsense. Philosophy does not progress in the way technology progresses. No philosopher for 2,000 years after Plato and Aristotle was as good as either of them. And in the 200 years since Kant, no philosopher has been better than Kant. Whoever one is, there is more insight to be gained from reading Spinoza or Schopenhauer for the first time than from anything published in the last 30 years. My work on argument led me into medieval philosophy, of which I had read scarcely any after Augustine. I found its richness, wide-rangingness, and modernity a revelation. John the Scot produced two permanently important arguments: that no sentient being can know, in the sense of understand, its own nature, and that even God does not know his own nature. Here was exciting philosophy new to me, but the religious baggage obstinately refused to arouse much interest on my part. Of the religions I studied, Judaism I found least worthy of intellectual respect. Intelligent Jewish friends often said no intelligent Jew believed the religion. Buddhism seemed the most attractive, an agnostic religion that did justice to fundamental questions without imposing dogmatic answers. Christianity's explanations failed abysmally to take the measure of the mysteries they purported to illuminate. People hold religious belief for umpteen different kinds of reason. From none of them does it follow that the belief is true. Ignorance is not a license to believe what we like. The two main positive things I got from my period of religious study were a way around medieval philosophy, and enough about Buddhism to regard it as the most impressive of the major religions. The big negative thing was that the life-transforming step from recognizing the inherent inadequacy of philosophy to embracing religious thinking was one I could not make. I did not make the medieval transition from philosophy to theology. So on the central question, I was no further forward. Worse, options were closing. I knew of no unread philosophy that might carry me into a new country of the mind. I did not have the genius to be the next great philosopher myself. The arts could not substitute for philosophy, and I could not help still looking on religion as essentially a cop-out. I was unmoving, becalmed in the middle of the ocean of life without rudder or compass. Words cannot express the appalled emotions that overcame me. The chief was a kind of claustrophobia of the spirit, blocked, stifled, straitjacket, gagged. It was horrific, intolerable in a literal sense. I felt my life had reached the limits of livability and was about to stop of its own accord, as a fire goes out when the fuel supply ends. In the early summer of 1972, when I was 42, I knew in my bones that I was not going to live beyond the following winter. What changed everything at the very last moment was reading the last of the so-called great philosophers left for me to read. Schopenhauer, whom I had tried half a dozen years before and given up on. Dead End, Post-Popper, and Something to Say. Kant's Frontier unmoved. No successor in sight. Arts and Religion. Performance already maximal. Argument and Medieval Philosophy. Buddhism attractive. Christianity crude. Cop-out refused. 1972 Crisis. spiritual claustrophobia, survival fear. Schopenhauer, the last unread great philosopher. Quote, I seem to have come to a dead end on all paths simultaneously. Quote, ignorance is not a license to believe what we like. It is ignorance, and renders believing what we like unjustified. Quote, what changed everything at the very last moment was reading the last of the so-called great philosophers that was left for me to read. The discovery of Schopenhauer. One day in May 1966, I was browsing in a bookshop when my eye fell on Patrick Gardner's Schopenhauer in the Oxford University Press series edited by A.J. Ayer. I knew nothing at all about Schopenhauer. There was no other philosopher of whom that was true. I felt suddenly ashamed and baffled by my own lack of curiosity. At bottom, I believe it had something to do with my general attitude to art. I did not believe I could be missing anything of artistic importance in Wagner through not knowing Schopenhauer, any more than one needs to read Schelling to understand Coleridge. Patrick Gardner is a unique figure among Oxford philosophers of the middle and late 20th century. His natural intellectual homeland is German Romantic philosophy, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Schopenhauer, which most of his colleagues never read. He brings the armory of analytic philosophy to bear on those philosophers in the way he might if writing about Ryle or Wittgenstein. I suspect it is because they are written in this way that his books have been read as widely as they have by professional colleagues. But for all his gifts, his work remains on the level of language and logic. Isaiah Berlin once said something of the utmost significance. The central visions of the great philosophers are essentially simple. The elaboration comes in defending conceptions against objections. There, ingenuity and technical language come in, but this is only the elaborate armament on the battlements, not the citadel itself. I do not agree that the central visions of Spinoza and Kant are essentially simple. Nevertheless, Berlin is saying something of great moment. Gardner on Schopenhauer is Rillian. One could not understand from his book how Schopenhauer had a life-transforming effect on Wagner, Nietzsche, Tolstoy, Turgenev, Proust, Conrad, and Hardy. Perhaps partly for this reason, the quotations leapt at me off the page as they never had before. The solution of the riddle of the world is only possible through the proper connection of outer with inner experience, as if someone had switched a light on inside my head. I rushed out to get Schopenhauer's works, and the moment I had finished Gardner, I plunged into them. Alas, I made no headway. The world as will and representation became heavy paragraphs, occluded arguments, sticky going. The quotations had seemed to blow out at me like an exhilarating wind from a world different from Kant's. Now, I seem to be back in Kant's world without getting further forward. I tried second-hand versions in histories and encyclopedias. My engine refused to ignite. In the end, I gave up. I conjecture that 6 years later, when I did respond, it was more in the way one normally does to a work of art than to a set of philosophical ideas. I was not yet ready for him. By the spring of 1972, I was desperate. I packed a suitcase and took off for a Greek island, then visited Ayer in his converted windmill in the south of France, then knocked around Provence by myself, carrying the 2 volumes of The World as Will and Representation 6 years after my first attempt. And this time the experience was the direct opposite. I have had only one other experience to compare with it. As a child, Mahler conducted by Bruno Walter meant nothing to me. Incoherent, arbitrary successions of notes. Until my late 20s, when Klemperer conducted an all-Mahler concert, and it was as if someone had fitted my brain with an unscrambler. Something corresponding happened with Schopenhauer. Never have I had the feeling of being so directly and vividly in personal contact with an author. Arthur Schopenhauer was in the room with me, his hand on my arm, coining each new-minted phrase as he uttered it. In Aix-en-Provence, I spent more than a week sitting in my hotel room reading, emerging only for lunch and evening cafe tables digesting what I had read. No other book has had so great an effect on my outlook, unless it be Kant's critique of pure reason, and then it is a Kant given new life by Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer's intention was that the 2 books should merge into a single philosophy, and for me they have. Unless I make a conscious effort to draw the distinction for purposes of communication, there are no longer 2 separate philosophies in my mind, but a single canon Schopenhauerian philosophy, which I regard as the most mind-stretching, capacious, illuminating, and penetrating system of philosophical ideas yet forged by human minds. Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and Schopenhauer's indictment. When Schopenhauer discovered philosophy at university, the outstanding philosophers then living were Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. He attended Fichte's lectures at Berlin and concluded he was a charlatan, someone who had perceived that Kant's obscurity opened an opportunity for a philosophy too obscure to be understood and therefore accepted as profound. In time he came to feel the same about Schelling and Hegel. In Parerga and Paralipomena, he wrote that they are, in my opinion, not philosophers, for they lack the first requirement of a philosopher, namely a seriousness and honesty of inquiry. They sought not truth, but their own interest and advancement in the world. I do not share Schopenhauer's view of them. There was a lot of truth in it, nevertheless. They debauched language, debauched logic, and debauched the legacy of Kant, each repudiating the phenomenal/noumenal distinction in a different way. Fichte made the phenomenal world the creation of the ego. Schelling saw reality as a single natural process with no hidden reality. Hegel conflated both tendencies into a self-existent Geist, developing dialectically towards self-knowledge. Schopenhauer's three intellectual indictments were all valid in important respects. First, they deliberately chose obscurity to impress, unlike Kant, whose difficulty was honest and dry, not oracular. Schopenhauer consciously set himself to write German as Hume wrote English. Second, they exploited obscurity to slip pseudo-demonstrations past the reader. A, therefore K, therefore Z. Hegel completely disorganized and ruined the minds of a whole generation. Third, they threw away Kant's supreme achievement, the distinction between phenomenal and noumenal. Schopenhauer produced instead a double-aspect theory. Noumenal and phenomenal are the same thing understood in different ways, not causally related. In the 1820s, Schopenhauer advertised lectures at Berlin at the same time as Hegel's. Nobody came to Schopenhauer's. The course could not proceed. That was the full extent of his career as a university teacher. He believed, nevertheless, that a time would come when the world would appreciate his work. If he could have been told that the world would continue until at least the year 2000 to be more interested in Hegel than in him, he would have been incredulous. Yet the deliberate obscuration Schopenhauer charged Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel with is indeed there, and established a tradition that flourishes in our own day, connected with the professionalization of philosophy. Once livelihood depended on university appointments, philosophers had to convince others of their work's importance. Hack philosophy is of no use to anyone. In the English-speaking world, the great majority of 20th century philosophy books are like academic paintings, professionally competent, everything in its right place, but it makes not the slightest difference whether they exist or not. In continental philosophy, the prevailing tradition remains the one established by Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Obscurity prevails, and for those who have nothing to say, it provides a smokescreen. Schopenhauer was the first now famous philosopher to campaign against pseudo-profundity in philosophy. Gardner's Gap, analytic exposition, Mrs. Schopenhauer's citadel, quotations lit the sky. Unreadiness and return, 1966 failure, 1972 province. Mahler/Klemperer parallel, merged Kant-Schopenhauer. Anti-Hegelian campaign, language, logic, and Kant debauched, double aspect, professional obscurantism. Quote, the solution of the riddle of the world is only possible through the proper connection of outer with inner experience. Quote, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel are, in my opinion, not philosophers, for they lack the first requirement of a philosopher, namely a seriousness and honesty of inquiry. Quote, never have I had the feeling of being so directly and vividly in personal contact with an author. Arthur Schopenhauer was in the room there with me, sitting in front of me, talking to me, his hand on my arm or my knee, coining each new minted phrase as he uttered it. The philosophy of Schopenhauer. Behind Schopenhauer's belief that his philosophy corrects and completes Kant's lay the view that Kant was right in dividing total reality into phenomenal and noumenal, but wrong about what these were. As regards the phenomenal, Kant directed most of his vast enterprise at conceptual thinking rather than at the uniquely actual experience that life mostly consists of. Schopenhauer tries to render Kant whole by pushing the investigation into how we experience, know, and communicate the uniquely specific. As regards the noumenal, Kant's twofold mistake was to see noumena as plural things in themselves and as causes of our perceptions. For anything to be different from anything else, space or time must be presupposed. Even abstract entities depend on succession, which presupposes spatial or temporal concepts. Differentiation can obtain only in the world of experience. Whatever exists outside all possibility of experience must be undifferentiated. 1. Only in the sense that the notion of differentiation has no application. Knowledge is inherently dualistic. Therefore, there can be knowledge in the phenomenal realm alone, and what exists in itself is knowledgeless. We can know things about the noumenal without knowing it, as we can know about a person who died before we were born. Schopenhauer's view is an immaterial, undifferentiated, timeless, spaceless something manifesting itself as the differentiated phenomenal world. He arrived at this through Western rational argument, not from Hinduism or Buddhism, though he later found convergences and took pleasure in pointing out to Christians that adherents of religions agreeing with him outnumbered them. Like many Buddhists, he derived morality from undifferentiatedness. If I hurt you, I injure myself as well, because nominally we are one. Morality is applied metaphysics. Compassion, not Kantian rationality, is its foundation. Inner experience, will, and what we cannot know. A human being is a material object that knows itself from inside. Everything not ourselves we apprehend from outside. But there's one material object of which we have direct, immediate, non-sensory knowledge from within: thoughts, feelings, moods, memories. Schopenhauer insists we must pursue investigations along the path of inner as well as outer experience. Philosophy has so long been sought in vain because it was sought by way of the sciences instead of by way of the arts. Science explains things in terms left unexplained. Physics ends at a circular ground floor. Ultimate explanations are not to be looked for in science. Belief in science's ultimate ability to explain everything is a metaphysical act of faith. Inner experience cannot be intersubjectively available in the scientific sense. To rule it out would be a deeper version of Kant's mistake in analyzing abstract concepts rather than concrete things. Digging down inside ourselves, Schopenhauer found a will to live, confirmed by outer observation under stress. The intellect is the servant of the will. Human persons present themselves as material objects in space and time, but are an inner being will not externally observable. Generations of hasty readers have leapt to the conclusion that our inner knowledge is knowledge of the noumenon, and that the noumenon is will in our ordinary sense. Schopenhauer explicitly denies this 3 times over. Inner sense exists in time. Knowledge as such exists only in the phenomenal, and most of our inner lives are repressed and unknown. Freud's theory anticipated in detail. Far from constituting knowledge of the noumenal, inner knowledge is not even exhaustive knowledge of the phenomenal. What we know negatively about the noumenal is extensive. No time, space, materiality, causality, differentiation, or knowledge. Positively, the phenomenal world is its manifestation, not causally, but as dual aspect. The many is a manifestation of the one. Schopenhauer adopted will with hesitation as the name for a fundamental drive whose phenomenal manifestation is energy, a blind, non-material, non-personal, non-living force prior to life and matter. Anyone who is incapable of carrying out the required extension of the concept will remain involved in a permanent misunderstanding. And alas, the warning has been in vain. Art, music, and philosophy as presentational symbol. Schopenhauer introduces Platonic ideas as an intermediate category, neither noumenal nor phenomenal, explaining how the one becomes the many. Scientific laws, genera, and species the deep grammar via which the noumenal finds expression in phenomena. Art provides cognition of Platonic ideas through unique instantiations. Plato was anti-art. Schopenhauer makes art the route to the universal in the particular. He offers a taxonomy of the arts by 4 grades of the will's objectification: architecture, inorganic nature; painting, plants; sculpture, animals; poetic drama, human life and time. Architecture alone can use real space, light, and materials. Painting suits plant life. Sculpture's 3 dimensions suit animal mass and poise. Only language and time. Above all, poetic drama, Shakespeare at the summit, can articulate the ebb and flow of human feeling and destiny. The novel was in its infancy when Schopenhauer wrote. He loved Sterne and Goethe, but poetic drama's 2,000-year corpus dwarfed it. Abstract painting had not been invented. He would likely assimilate it to the decorative. Music alone is non-representational, a direct manifestation of the noumenal, bypassing Platonic ideas, the voice of the metaphysical will. When suitable music accompanies a scene, it seems to disclose to us its most secret meaning. Wagner seized on this doctrine. Schopenhauer knows he cannot demonstrate this. He appeals to the effect of both music and his work on the reader. Schopenhauer was the first great Western philosopher to be explicitly atheistic. Hobbes and Hume may have been atheists in fact, but could not say so without legal wrath. Personal God and immortal soul were, for him, incoherent. Personality presupposes embodiment. Feeling and thought presuppose brains. Individuation presupposes space and time. Yet because the noumenal is unknowable, things must be true of it of which we can form not the remotest conception. Kant seems to me more agnostic than he let it be thought. Constrained by censorship, pietist upbringing, and the need to keep his critical writings circulating. The entire universe is matter in motion on a scale that beggars imagination. Physicists now tell us energy is the ultimate constituent. Whatever the noumenal is, energy is its immediate phenomenal manifestation, a boundless, unconscious, impersonal drive. Mind is tertiary, noumenon, then material phenomena, then minds in some living formations. Schopenhauer was not the first to hold ultimate reality one and undifferentiable. Parmenides stands at the gateway of Western thought. Plato's ideas were not ultimate for Schopenhauer, but intermediate, like scientific laws manifesting through particulars. While writing my book on him, I discussed his philosophy with Popper. Not as useful as I might have wished, since Popper had not read Schopenhauer for years, though in each major disagreement, he came round to my view. Popper had read Schopenhauer as a Viennese teenager because he was fashionable. His father lectured on him to the Freemasons. It was Schopenhauer who sent Popper to Kant. Popper said there were more good ideas in Schopenhauer than in any philosopher except Plato, and feared his own work would suffer Schopenhauer's neglect. At his death, he bequeathed me a first edition of Die Welt als Willende Verstelling inscribed, to Brian, with love, to remember both Arthur and Karl. His philosophy is itself a work of art, as no other philosopher's is except Plato's, a presentational symbol of total reality. What is to be imparted by it is a single thought. The thought is the whole, as in a successful work of art. Even at a purely intellectual level, his work must be read as a whole. Understanding one doctrine without the whole is not properly possible, damaging for what I am trying to do here. Great philosophy uses myth and metaphor at depth. Plato's cave, Schopenhauer's connection of outer and inner experience. When Schopenhauer says we are one behind a delusory facade of separateness, I cannot know if that is literally true, but human beings act as if it were, and looking at relationships in its light, I understand them better. Predictive power suggesting important truth in some shape, even if not literal. On many central doctrines, I remain at the level of as if, compassion's metaphysical explanation, metaphysical will, value and meaning seeming to come from outside the empirical world. This is more positive than rejection. It provides understanding, but not the same as belief. Philosophy, close to the arts, offers a metaphorical level, neither religious faith nor literal knowledge. I come to philosophy seeking revelation about how things are. Analysis is interesting at a subordinate level, but hopelessly inadequate as a conception of the subject. Intelligence alone is not enough for understanding. One must want to understand, try hard, and sustain the effort willingly. The most valuable things great philosophers give us are got by looking at reality in the light of what they say, not by analyzing their logic. Schopenhauer expects the reader to consider music again in the light of his suggestion. For me, the answer is considerably indeed. Nominal 1. Differentiation requires space/time, morality from metaphysical oneness, inner/outer connection. Will misunderstood, not personal willing, repression, energy as phenomenal manifestation. Music and symbol, superart bypassing ideas. Philosophy is presentational whole, as if illumination. Quote, philosophy has so long been sought in vain because it was sought by way of the sciences instead of by way of the arts. Quote, between the act of will and the bodily action, there is no causal connection whatever. On the contrary, the two are directly one and the same thing perceived in a double way. Quote, the composer reveals the innermost nature of the world and expresses the profoundest wisdom in a language that his reasoning faculty does not understand. Philosophy on television. My book on the philosophy of Schopenhauer was a labor of great love, on which I was engaged continuously, though not exclusively, for 10 years. It began in 1973, when I was a visiting fellow of All Souls, Oxford, and came out in 1983, the month after I lost my seat in the House of Commons. My chief aim was not to communicate Schopenhauer's ideas to other people, but to get to the bottom of them myself. Throughout that time, whatever else I might be doing, I was marinating in Schopenhauer, and in his influence on Nietzsche, Freud, Wittgenstein, Wagner, Turgenev, Conrad, and Hardy. In Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel whom he attacked. In the Upanishads he read before sleep. In Kant read anew for his influence on Schopenhauer. No other book gave me so rich an experience in the writing, except Facing Death. The published book contained the most comprehensive treatments then available in English of Schopenhauer's influence on Wittgenstein and Wagner, the latter longer than my whole book aspects of Wagner. I managed this while being an MP by devoting every working morning to it, usually at home. I seldom went to the House until lunchtime, but would then stay late. My parliamentary secretary typed what I had dictated the previous day. Every letter was replied to within 48 hours. At weekends and during recesses, literary work became my main occupation. My first long summer recess was spent rewriting the first draft of Facing Death, published in 1977. Dozens of lawyer MPs and city men did the same with their outside occupations. The only unusual thing was the nature of mine. Another thing I did as an MP was make my first television series about philosophy, Men of Ideas. Aubrey Singer, head of BBC Two, had read my book on Popper and reflected that this was the sort of thing television ought to communicate. His first thought was a 1-hour documentary on Popper. Then, one morning in his bath, why only Popper? Why not a series on contemporary philosophy? Ironically, Singer was brimming with enthusiasm, and I demurred. I did not see how it could be done without travesty. He persisted. I made 2 pilots that could serve as programs if they worked. I asked for and got complete editorial control. The pilots proved that serious philosophy could be made intelligible to non-specialists without misrepresenting the subject. The series took 2.5 years to make. 15 45-minute programs screened in 1978. The Times wrote, in seriousness and scope, there has been nothing like it on any general network before. Some provided historical background, Marxism, logical positivism, Wittgenstein, some state-of-the-art exposition, moral philosophy, philosophy of science, some updates on movements, Frankfurt School, existentialism, linguistic analysis, some preeminent individuals, Chomsky, Quine, Ayer, Berlin, Marcuse. Heidegger and Sartre could not take part because of English. Suzanne Langer and Popper were unable for health reasons. Putting on Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark. I had lived so long with philosophy and television that I could move at ease in both. Every decision about content was taken with an eye to a television audience. It was not necessary that a world figure be the protagonist if someone less eminent could give a more interesting introduction. Many professional philosophers were status-minded and indifferent to performance, incapable of expressing themselves simply, direct, and clear for fear of losing status. Chomsky and Quine were pleased because they had expressed central ideas with the greatest simplicity they had ever achieved. Lucidity was primarily a property of structure, viewers understanding at every moment precisely what issue was under consideration, why at this point, and how reached. I intervened as often as necessary to ensure transparency. The public response was extraordinary. People buttonholed me in the street, enthused by the ideas, not the personalities. Many admission candidates said they wanted to study philosophy because they had seen my programs. Critics said I should have shown philosophers doing philosophy, on-the-spot analyses of concepts, rather than talking about it. That was a conception I had always rejected. The main interest is philosophical ideas, not their analyses. Professional jealousy troubled a few. Others made programs themselves that made no impression. The BBC asked for another series. I declined to plunge straight back in, but left an open invitation for a history of Western philosophy. When I lost my seat in June 1983, I chaired Thinking Aloud. Then in spring 1985, started The Great Philosophers. Again, 2.5 years' work. Screen winter 1987-8. I used repetition at specially chosen points. Let's just pause here and make sure I'm clear about what you're saying, then my own account of the doctrine, so viewers got 2 presentations. I made a private rule not to take up more than 1/3 of the time, except on Schopenhauer. Both series were screened throughout the English-speaking world except the United States, where they were felt too highbrow, mistakenly, as audience responses elsewhere showed. Both became books with an independent life, translated into many languages. The Great Philosophers was for several weeks a bestseller, the only book of mine ever to be. A few months after Men of Ideas appeared, Turkey's Prime Minister Bülent Ecevit invited me to Ankara. The book instantiated a critical rationality he wanted to propagate where Islam, family hierarchy, and uncritical education punished dissent. We discussed teacher training and key books for translation. 6 months later, a military coup ousted him. The experience proved invaluable when I later advised Eastern European countries emerging from communist dictatorship. Schopenhauer Decade, 10 Years Immersion, MP Mornings, Wagner/Wittgenstein Treatments. Men of Ideas, Editorial Control, Structure not sentences, Ideas enthused viewers, Popper absent. Great Philosophers, Deliberate Repetition, Third of Time Rule, Ecevit and Critical Rationality. Quote, in seriousness and scope, there's been nothing like it on any general network before. Quote, it consisted in the viewer's understanding at every moment precisely what the issue was that was under consideration and why it was being considered at this particular point in the discussion and how this point in the discussion had been reached. Quote, many said that these were the best television programs they had ever seen. What so excited them was not the personalities or their performances, but the ideas. The main split in contemporary philosophy. R.G. Collingwood made much of the point that in any historical period contemporaries share deep-lying assumptions they do not even recognize as assumptions, so that great debates may not be what participants take them to be. Posterity may find both sides wrong because of a shared premise they both accept. For several decades in the English-speaking world, a philosopher had to share the analytic approach if colleagues were to regard him as serious. While fierce battles raged within analytic philosophy against continental thinkers dismissed as charlatans not even interestingly wrong. Logical positivism and then linguistic analysis have passed. Other fashions have come and gone. John Passmore, rereading leading figures for a public account, asked rhetorically, if all these writers solved their questions to his satisfaction, he would have been enlightened about what? Not very much. I regarded their work as dangerously close to empty, not from lack of ability, but from mistaken assumptions. At bottom, the analytic tradition was empty. I do not believe great philosophy can be done in it, because no problem of substance is to be solved by analysis. After Moore and Russell broke from neo-Hegelian idealism, the analytic approach became entrenched to the point where philosophy was widely held to be the analysis, clarification, and justification of our interesting beliefs, a shared assumption that nullifies all competing schools within the tradition. Moore thought most philosophical problems were failures to take common sense seriously. Russell despised common sense as superficial and sought to justify science by excavating rational foundations, but never thought analysis was philosophy's sole function. The young Wittgenstein, Kantian through Schopenhauer, held that what matters most is unknowable. Philosophy is confined to clarification within the knowable, a minimalist conception, consciously so. Logical positivists embraced this without realizing its mystical dimension. Linguistic analysts took language itself as subject matter and came to believe philosophical problems were problems concerning our use of language. Russell's comment on the later Wittgenstein's followers is devastating. We are now told that it is not the world that we are to try to understand, but only sentences. Austin's enthronement of ordinary usage could not survive. Ordinary speech is full of vagueness and inaccuracy, and no reflective person remains without philosophical problems once linguistic muddles are sorted. The reaction did not go far enough. The desirable thing would have been to abandon the analytic approach itself. Popper was at the height of his powers. Instead, they ignored his work while paying lip service. In the freer period that followed, philosophy of mind, applied ethics, artificial intelligence, and diversions into music and sexuality gave an appearance of new freedom. Hegel and Nietzsche returned from the shadows. But what all such activities still had in common was an analytic approach, and that alone made them unsatisfactory. Analysis can clarify a problem, but cannot be the solution unless there is no genuine problem, merely a muddle. Analytic philosophers are compelled to look outside philosophy for both problems and solutions. Philosophy, thus conceived, becomes intermediate to unimportance. A solution needs an explanatory theory testable and surviving critical evaluation. The heart of serious philosophy is explanation, understanding, insight, new ideas with explanatory power. Bernard Williams, once a notable practitioner, said Austin multiplied linguistic distinctions as if beetle species could be distinguished without evolutionary theory in the background. Analytic philosophy underestimated the importance of theory inside philosophy and out. Analytic philosophers confronted by an explanatory theory examine its plumbing rather than re-examining experience in its light. Their idea of a difficult philosophical problem is a difficult challenge in analysis. One personality structure, not uncommon among professionals, is defensive. It fights off new ideas rather than embracing them. At bottom, the familiar charge that is not really philosophy is valid. Analytic philosophers see continental philosophy as trendy, partisan, rhetorical bilge, are hare's balloon metaphor in men of ideas. I object to continental philosophy for most of the same reasons, and additionally for abandoning philosophy's central task, understanding what is. Continental philosophers confine themselves parochially to human affairs at a superficial level, psychiatrist, cinema, newspaper level, when the solutions to cosmic enigmas may require understanding human beings on a far deeper structural level. Continental philosophy is making inroads into English-speaking departments, often appealing to the same personalities Marxism once appealed to, with the same gang mentality. Analytic philosophy is vastly to be preferred as mental training. Continental philosophy teaches inauthentic expression and abandons rational argument. But the way to counter continental influence is not to back analytic philosophy against it. Analytic emptiness is the chief external factor allowing continental advances. The only effective counter is genuine philosophy. I'm a short-term pessimist, yet long-term optimist. Real philosophy will never be driven from intelligent human concern, because reflective people will always confront philosophical problems. Fashions and intellectual nonsense will always exist. They meet strong desires for answers, mastery, and superiority. Real thinking is hard and often unsuccessful. It will always be easier to flee towards what is safe and approved. Analytic emptiness. Shared assumption that philosophy is clarification, no substantive solutions. Continental parochialism. Rhetoric without rigor. Both abandon understanding what is. Teaching greatness. Academy analogy. Problem-led philosophy versus fashion and careerism. Quote, if all these writers were to solve, to their own satisfaction and mine, the questions to which they are addressing themselves, I would have been enlightened about. What? Quote, when people complained about the multiplication of distinctions, Austin pointed out that there were thousands of species of some kind of insect and asked, why can't we just discover that number of distinctions about language? Well, the answer, of course, is that our grounds for distinguishing species of beetles from one another are rooted in a certain theoretical understanding. Quote, the only effective counter is genuine philosophy, or in such fields as literature studies, an uncowed insistence on authenticity in expression and response. Left wondering, there have been great philosophers since Kant and Schopenhauer, and quite a few good ones. Kierkegaard insisting that only the uniquely specific exists. Marx tragically wrong yet enriching. Nietzsche's challenge to reevaluate values. Mill on liberty. Freya depsychologizing philosophy. Russell absorbing science into everyday thought. The young Wittgenstein rethinking Schopenhauer through Freya. Heidegger on what we mean when we say something exists. Cassirer on man as the symbol creating. Animal. Popper reconstructing Kant through falsification. All are so good that reading them with understanding transforms one's outlook. Yet all have been exploring a continent whose coastline was charted by Hume, Kant, and Schopenhauer. The fundamental insight into the limits of possible human understanding still seems broadly valid. In most essentials, our metaphysical understanding of the human condition is where Kant and Schopenhauer left it. That does not mean it must remain there forever. Kant and Schopenhauer thought otherwise, but their reasons were bound up with Newtonian physics. Each century in Europe has seen at least one great innovative philosopher. Perhaps the next one has been born already. Schopenhauer was ignored for most of his lifetime. Until someone changes everything as Kant did, the rest of us live in frustrated bafflement. Philosophy cannot answer our ultimate questions about annihilation or survival, and we are tempted to look elsewhere. Tolstoy despaired of philosophy and embraced religion. Freud called such moves facile. Ignorance is ignorance. No right to believe derives from it. Nietzsche and Popper consciously put ultimate questions on standby while addressing intermediate problems. Magnificent works resulted, yet it meant settling for less. For me, the questions nag daily. I have lived my life in thrall to them and have no solutions. I am as baffled now as in childhood. More so, because my understanding of the depths is greater. I cannot end this book by pulling solutions from a hat. Unended Quest would have been an even more appropriate title for me. I journey still, with little idea what a destination would be like, where my beliefs now stand. I am surer than ever that no philosophy equating reality with actual or possible experience can be right. A flat-earthism enmeshing much of the race. Objects as we apprehend them cannot exist independently in those forms. Common sense realism spawns infinite regresses, and antinomies realists shrug off with perplexing unconcern. Popper was a Kantian transcendental realist who never addressed the ontological status of epistemological phenomena. His theory of knowledge did not require it. Like Kant and Schopenhauer, I am an empirical realist and transcendental idealist. Popper philosophized as if empirical reality might be all there is, declining speculation about what lies beyond. Well, I can't, he said when I pressed him. Reality extends indefinitely beyond our power to apprehend it. Because of our limited apparatus, our location in time, the boundedness of subjectivity, and the narrowness of our cultural equipment. Schrödinger said consciousness is a singular of which the plural is unknown. None of our sciences or philosophies can be adequate explanations of wholes. Fragmentary knowledge is all we have. The supernatural is a muddle. Total reality just is whatever it is, some apprehended, some permanently inapprehensible. Not thereby mystical or religious, any more than the visual world is mystical to the congenitally blind. What is permanently inapprehensible is as everyday a part of reality as the visual world is to the blind. Our not apprehending it is a fact about us, not about it. The most vivid dream I ever had concerned a Mr. Average who had died days before. I asked what happens when we die. We survive, he said, as individuals, as souls. Is it marvelous? Okay, all right, nothing special. What is permanently the case cannot be exceptional. Bernard Shaw wrote that in heaven an angel is nobody in particular. Not being religious, yet believing most of reality permanently unknowable, I see a compelling need to demystify the unknowable. Rationalistic humanists think me crypto-religious. Religious people think me too rationalistic. I want mass migrations out of shallow humanism towards appreciation of mystery, and out of religious faith towards true appreciation of ignorance. Time cannot be what it seems. Neither common sense nor Newtonian time is given an experience. Limitless time and space are constructs. In objective time, there is no privileged now, and thus no passage of time. Yet there cannot be a now without a subject. Popper maintained objective passage of time. Einstein denied it. I side with Einstein. One of the issues between Popper and Einstein that most fascinated me. In private discussion, Popper tried hard to change Einstein's mind and failed. I never extracted satisfactory answers from Popper to objections his view raised. He seemed too unperplexed about eliminating subjectivity from philosophy. If outside experience, all time coexists, this need not destroy free will. Foreknowledge is not predetermination. An immaterial self outside space and time, inaugurating bodily movement subject to scientific law, is a logically possible model meeting Kant's ought implies can. Yet it raises fundamental questions philosophy would face if that possibility were realized. The self is not a possible object of observation. Yet I know myself as agent directing bodily movements. Knowledge so direct it survives sophisticated determinist argument, as a man with 10 fingers would doubt your proof that he has 11. Determinism, if true, eliminates praise, blame, duty, justice, and no sincere determinist I have met eliminates these from life. I know I sometimes make free decisions. From that, not from apprehending myself as epistemological object, I know I have a self existing not as object in the empirical world. I cannot regard others as bodies alone. To do so is psychopathic. When we discover a sleeping person in a room, the metaphysics of the space transforms. We have one foot in some other space as well, though the person is fast asleep and not observing us. Looking into another's eyes, we are in reliable contact with feelings, moods, thoughts, intentions, not light reflected from eyeball surfaces decoded like orchestral sound on glass. According to physics, nothing comes out of anyone's eyes. Yet who can believe that is the whole of the situation? In daily life, cognition goes on that known science accounts for rich, direct, everyday, not magical, yet incompatible with treating others as material object governed wholly by scientific law, and incompatible with treating the empirical world science describes as the whole of reality we know. People build worldviews on foundations they already know to be inadequate. At this point I falter. Myself is not an empirical object. I may die not knowing what it is. Schopenhauer was right that the riddle's solution requires the proper connection of outer with inner experience. Gooseflesh when I first read those words. His large-scale view is as plausible as any I have found, yet I remain agnostic. I am sure there is an immaterial self, but not sure it exists except in relation to a body. Popper was persuaded and untroubled. I am unpersuaded and deeply troubled. I could proclaim souls liberated at death as invisible hippopotamuses in airport departure lounges. No one could disprove it, yet there is no reason to waste a moment on it, and that is how I feel about many religious beliefs. By contrast, serious arguments support both annihilation at death and survival beyond it. Ruling any out is self-deceiving. Questions without answers. I do not agree with the young Wittgenstein that where no intelligible answer exists, there can be no intelligible question. Kant and Schopenhauer believed they had hit permanent limits and were wrong about Newton. Even unanswerable questions can be clearly formulated. Whatever total reality consists of, it must include us with our self-aware consciousnesses. If our conscious selves do not comprise the whole of reality, what is the relationship between them and the rest? Nobody locates a self as an object in the world, yet my self controls one body's movements, and only relative to an experiencing self can there be present, past, future, and flow of time. Selves inhabit tense time. Everything else may not. How do these stand in relation? Heidegger addresses these matters interestingly. Tense time constitutive of human being, selves not objects, but never confronts the relationship between tense time of selves and untense time of everything else. He evades rather than avoids the problem. One cannot understand the self if only self is considered. Myself must be grasped in relation to what is not myself. Whether death ends the self may depend on the nature of the self or of time. If the self were an empirical object, it would be ephemeral. Only because it is not does survival remain possible. I hope it is realized. I have not found good reasons. If death ends the self, Wittgenstein was right that death is not an event in our lives. We shall not experience the end as an end any more than we experience the limits of our visual field as a drawn line. And if death is the end, life may be ultimately absurd in the existentialist sense. Terrifying, but denying a possibility because it is too distressing is wholly unserious intellectually. The drive behind religious belief about survival comes, very obviously, from fear of annihilation. Belief that survival could be true is justified. Belief that it is true is not. I am not religious. Religious faith is incompatible with openness to truth. Yet certain possibilities cannot be ruled out. Immaterial selves, survival, and may have historically generated religious doctrines because they could be true and we want them to be, yet cannot support them by rational argument. Belief that they could be true is justified. Belief that they are true is not. Rationalistic humanists see me as crypto-religious. Religious people see me as too rationalistic. I occupy a third position repudiating both. Ignorance demystified, neither shallow humanism nor faith. I gamble on free will and selfhood as a man bets his all on a horse, knowing another might win. On tenterhooks, fearing I may find myself reeling from the racecourse having lost everything. I experience agency directly, fields of possibility, weighing pros and cons, consciously choosing, sometimes changing my mind. Determinist arguments are like telling me all visual experience is illusion. Might be true in some sense, but deny the experience I am having. Determinism, if sincere, voids praise, blame, duty, justice. No determinist I have met eliminates these. The dualism stands, body in space and time subject to causal law. Self as agent, not empirical object, problematically related to time. Morals and values do not have their existence solely within the natural world, though they may be partly products of psychology, society, and history. I formulate two fundamental questions for any future philosophy. What is the relationship between conscious selves and the rest of reality? And how does the tense time of selves relate to the untense time that seems to characterize everything else? We may never answer them. Understanding may deepen even through mistaken attempts. Heidegger, for all his clearing in the forest, leaves the frontier where Kant and Schopenhauer placed it, and I remain on the way, left wondering. Kant-Schopenhauer coastline. Later philosophers explore within mapped limits. Genius may come again. Third position, not realism as all, not religion, ignorance without faith, self as agent not object. Fundamental questions, self and reality, tensed versus untensed time, unended quest, no hat-trick solutions. Quote, Ignorance is ignorance. No right to believe anything is derived from it. Quote, the solution of the riddle of the world is only possible through the proper connection of outer with inner experience, affected at the right point. Quote, I am on the way, journeying still, and no doubt will always be doing so, however long I may live. I do not even have much idea what it would be like to reach a destination, or what a destination would be like. Conclusion. Confessions of a Philosopher is the story of a mind that never stopped asking the questions that began in a shared childhood bed and a school chapel, and that found most of what called itself philosophy in mid-century Oxford to be a betrayal of those questions. Magee learned to do linguistic philosophy without believing it. He found in Kant and then Schopenhauer the only framework that took seriously both the structure of experience and the permanence of what lies beyond it. He found in Popper a living critical rationalism, and in Russell a late confession that language is not the subject of philosophy. Political writing, midlife terror of oblivion, fiction as inquiry, Balliol teaching, and television popularization are not digressions, but applications of the same insistence. Understanding the world matters more than mastery of fashion. The stakes are intellectual and personal. If philosophy is only the anatomy of ordinary concepts, the UR question, what ultimately is there, is ruled out of court, and gifted people waste lives on crossword puzzle cleverness while serious problems go untouched. If, conversely, one flees into continental rhetoric that never meets the problem of knowledge honestly, one trades shallowness for obscurity. Magee's third path, problem-led, historically literate, limit-aware, leaves the reader, as he is left, wondering, along the coastline of what can be known, formulating fundamental questions without pretending the ocean has been crossed. Limits of the book are those of confession. One trajectory, strong loves and dislikes, less patience for some continental figures than a full map might require. It does not replace reading Kant or Schopenhauer. It makes that reading urgent. Autobiography remains medium. The message is that philosophy, rightly named, is still what it was for the pre-Socratics and for Kant, the attempt to understand reality and our epistemic place in it, and that wonder is not a failure of sophistication, but the beginning of the subject. Key persons discussed. Brian Magee, narrator, Oxford, Yale, politician, broadcaster, philosopher, trained in Oxford philosophy without subscribing. A.J. Ayer, language, truth and logic, introduced Vienna positivism to English-speaking world. J.L. Austin/Gilbert, Ryle/P. F. Strawson, Pillars of Linguistic Analysis, Speech Acts, Concept of Mind, Ordinary Language Program. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Tractatus and Later Philosophy, shown/said, Ryle among few Wittgenstein credited with understanding. Karl Popper, Logik der Forschung Demolisches Verifikationism, Critical Rationalism, Personal Friendship, Open Society. Bertrand Russell, Logicism to Human Knowledge, Disson's Linguistic Philosophy, Personal Meetings in Wales. Immanuel Kant, Copernican Turn, Synthetic a priori, Phenomena/Noumena, Decisive Discovery from Magee. Arthur Schopenhauer, Kant's True Air in Magee's View, Will, Art and Music, Late Discovery After False Starts. David Hume, Treatise, Induction, Wake-Up Call for Kant, Mitigated Skepticism. Key works discussed. Language, Truth and Logic, Ayer Verification Principle, English Language Positivism. The Concept of Mind, Ryle Linguistic Analysis's most influential Oxford book. Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus/Philosophical Investigations, Wittgenstein Early Picture Theory versus Later Language Games Turn, shown/not said. The Logic of Scientific Discovery, Popper Falsification, Unverifiability of Laws. Critique of Pure Reason, Kant's Synthetic a priori, Limits of Knowledge. The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer Double Aspect, Will, Aesthetics. On Liberty, Mill Lifelong Political End. Maximum freedom compatible with not injuring others. Men of Ideas / The Great Philosophers, Magee TV popularization as serious philosophy. Index of core concepts. Verification principle. Only statements analytic or empirically verifiable in principle are meaningful. Self-refuting and science-destroying. Laws unverifiable. Linguistic analysis/ordinary language. Philosophy as anatomy of common conceptual scheme. Strawson renounces first-order understanding of the world without positivism's rationale. Shown, but not said. Discursive versus presentational forms. Langer. Ethics, aesthetics, and much of life not capturable as propositions. Early Wittgenstein rightly read. Synthetic a priori. Kant. Necessary, yet not merely analytic. Structure of possible experience. Phenomena/noumena. World as it appears under our forms of intuition and categories versus things in themselves. Forever beyond knowledge. Critical rationalism/falsification. Popper. Science as conjectures open to refutation. Totalitarian versus open society. Will. Schopenhauer inner aspect of the one reality whose outer aspect is representation. Misunderstood as mere wanting. Popularization, public philosophy, TV, books for non-specialists, as duty against academic isolation, not dilution. Main split, analytic, often empty of world, versus continental, often parochial/obscure. Magee's problem-led third path. Your question, what ultimately is there? Abandoned by linguistic fashion, recovered via Kant, Schopenhauer. Reading comprehension questions. Why does Magee say his childhood problems were philosophy before he knew the word? And why did Oxford delay that recognition? How does the verification principle both terrorize and shipwreck itself? And what is Popper's decisive objection regarding scientific laws? State Strawson's program for ordinary language philosophy and Magee's 3 objections, violin-playing analogy among them. What does Kant's Copernican turn change about the relation between mind and world? And why does Magee need Schopenhauer as well? How do Magee's meetings with Popper and Russell reinforce his critique of linguistic philosophy? Critical probe. Magee treats linguistic philosophy as a betrayal of philosophy's grave task. What value assumption about importance is he making? And how might a defender of ordinary language analysis reply? Critical probe. Left wondering, refuses both shallow humanism and religious faith. What wishful alternatives does that stance reject? And what risk does permanent wonder itself carry?